Morning, everybody. At least in Los Angeles, it's morning. 10:50 a.m. Welcome back to another Saturday stream. It's good to be back. I was out last week camping in Yosemite with Christian and Nick from Corridor, and it was so beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So I feel refreshed and ready to go and actually recreate one of my favorite Japanese teapots that my girlfriend got me, actually. And it's this cast iron teapot here. I've been playing a lot of Ghost of Tsushima. I've been in the zone, so I feel like, might as well get back and do one of those photo to render recreations. So I'm very excited about this one. And it's good to be back. It's good to see you guys. I mean, I don't actually see you, but it's good to hang out with y'all. Big thanks to the moderators on actually here, the chat here and the Discord server. Sotomonte and Deerin. They actually streamed in my absence while I was out camping. And they curated the weekly challenge, which was volumetrics for this week. So I'll be going over the winners of that challenge. I got the 5 winners picked out. Sotomonte helped me choose the winners here because there's a lot to do to set up for a stream. I try and get it as early as possible, but there's just a lot to do. So I really appreciate you guys. Thanks for joining. And as you guys know, if you haven't done these before, we do a weekly challenge every single week. So there will be a weekly challenge issued at the end of the lesson. But let's get through this teapot first. And I got you guys in the chat here. We got Sotomonte, one of the mods here. He'll be helping you guys out. Any questions you guys have, Soto will do his best to answer them. And I'll also be looking here. We got a lot of familiar faces. What's up, everybody? Lev, you said you're new to Cinema 4D. So I'm glad you're here because you're going to learn a whole lot. I promise you. We're going to learn a lot together. And we're going to be able to, if you keep coming back, we'll keep working on all the different things that we go over, and essentially, through repetition and through consistency, you'll be able to build up your skills and grow your knowledge. And I saw that one of you guys finished the 5 a.m. club. It's a book that blew me away. I freaking loved it. I've been waking up at 5:45 a.m. every morning to work out, to stretch, and to learn new stuff. And if you do that every single day, every morning, then you're going to be some friggin' next level on some other level. So that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm glad you guys are reading that. And yeah, Ghost of Tsushima is amazing. I'm addicted. I'm so addicted. The game is great. But okay, guys, let's start a little bit. So we have an image here. This image is actually on the Discord server in the announcements channel if you want to download this image and join me. It doesn't matter if you're using Blender. I know a lot of you guys use Blender. So yeah, use Blender and try and recreate this pot with me. This teapot here. And I actually do have some green tea ginger. There's some green ginger tea. Yeah, right here. Brewed from this very pot. And lastly, you guys know that I love ambient music and I love to chill. So I got my ambient playlist in the bone phones here. Apparently the playlist is not in the description of this video, but if you click on, I don't know, any one of the other stream videos, open it up in a new tab, go to the description, click the link for the ambient playlist. It's a Spotify playlist, and it'll just get you guys right in the zone. It's got me in the zone right now. So let's get started. There's a million ways to recreate, or not to recreate, but to model this geometry. Because the first thing we have to do is actually model this teapot, and then we'll kind of get into the lighting and stuff and the texturing. And lucky for me, I have already textured or already have a PBR texture of this cast iron, which I did in another live stream. So we'll definitely be linking to that when this video does become like uploaded to YouTube. But I'll run you guys through the whole process, right? I'll run you through everything. We're going to learn everything here. So yeah, let's start with the model. I'm using PureRef, right? This is a program that one of our mods told me about, and it's an incredible piece of software because you can, always have your references, basically at the top of all of your windows, so you can quickly and easily reference everything and zoom in and all that good stuff. All right, so I'm in a blank scene right here, and you'll notice that I have a plane and a sphere, and you're like, hey, Clint, my blank scene in Cinema 4D has nothing. Whoa, what's the deal with that? Well, basically, whatever you throw in here, whatever you use a whole bunch, you get that set up, right? I have a camera, an HDRI, sky element here. I'm using Octane. You can go to Window, Customization, and if I bring this down here, you can say Save as Default Scene, and whatever you do will open every time you open Cinema 4D, and it's a great time-saving tip. We want to save as much time as possible. So in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and delete these two. I'll leave the Octane sky. You know what? I'll leave the plane, all right? And it's got a shadow catcher, but we don't need the shadow catcher in this case. So if I were to save my scene, which you should always be saving your stuff, right? Never let something crash on you. What is this? Episode 29. Can't believe it. We've done this 29 times, probably more. We've probably done it more like 32 times, which is crazy to think about. So thanks for coming back. But okay, let's go ahead and render our scene. Hopefully we don't get a crash. Nope, we're good. So what we want to do is, let me grab the teapot real quick. Got you guys. 1 second. It's still warm. All right, so let's take a look at this thing. Now, this teapot, just a teapot, classic teapot. So I'm going to be using this and referencing this with my eye as I build this out, okay? The picture will definitely get me there in terms of like my framing, the angle, details, and all that stuff. But whatever you're recreating, it's nice to actually have it in hand. And you guys can still follow along even though you don't have this teapot. But the first thing I'm going to do is I want to recreate the base of this thing, right? So I want to basically shape out this oval football shape, probably with a spline. I'm probably going to do it with a spline. That way I can actually change it later. If I need to make adjustments, I can just make adjustments to the spline, right? And then I'm probably going to use like a volume mesher and a volume builder method in Cinema 4D to attach this like nose right here. Same for these little pieces here that attach the handle. And I think the biggest challenge for us will be this, like, I don't even know what you would call this, but these like this ridged pattern alongside this teapot. We're probably gonna have, I wouldn't say a roadblock, but a challenge right there. But let's build this thing out, and then obviously we have the top, right? So the top, I think, will be pretty simple, pretty straightforward, and we'll do that last, and then we'll get into lighting and texturing. This thing is awesome. It's like super heavy. It's got the iron droplets, the iron residue, which apparently is good for you. So this will be here. I'll be referencing this. Actually, let's put it right in front. All right, so if you guys got the ambient music going, give me a thumbs up in the chat. I want to know where you guys are at. I'm on the first song, and the first song, Empty Slopes. Technically that's the second song. It's just about to end. We got a minute left. Maybe we can sync up. Okay. So let's draw a spline here. So let's grab the spline pen and let's go to a right view, okay? And then I'm gonna spawn a person. I always spawn a figure just to know like how big this should be. And I spawned a cube. Let's take that cube down to like, if I were to eyeball this thing, just this football shape is probably 4 inches tall. All right, so I'm gonna say 4 by 4 across the board. And we'll zoom in and we'll push this up 2 inches on the y-axis. Awesome. Let's move the figure over. We can actually delete the figure. So we know that the top of our pot needs to get up to this point, basically. And again, there's a million different ways that you can do this. And you can build this out. But again, I'm just going to do it with a spline here. And probably use a lathe modifier to wrap, basically wrap the spline around in a circle. And that'll get us our shape. So let's go ahead and grab the spline tool and take a look at this. So the lathe will not work if your center spline is not on the 0 mark, basically right down the center. We're going to do half of this, 1/2, and then the lathe will basically wrap it around full 360. Okay, so taking a look at this, it looks like if I take the top off, it certainly has thickness to it. So let's do a test. We can either do it like this. Right, and then we'll close our spline and we'll grab these two guys, top and bottom. We'll set them to hard interpolation or 0 angle length, I believe works as well. We'll just go to hard is good. And this is just a test, all right? So I'm going to 0 these out. The Z will go to 0 and we'll go 0, 0 right here. And let's throw, I'm holding Alt down, okay? And that's basically going to make anything I select an automatic parent of whatever selected. So I select the spline, hold Alt, and we'll pop a lathe down. You can already see that this is, beginning to form the shape, right, that we want to go for. But I want to do a quick test. So if let's see, I want to make this hollow. I want to cut a hole in this, right? Obviously, because the top of our teapot has a hole, right? So I just want to test it, right? Also, crazy plugin by Chris Schmidt over at Rocket Lasso. It is called Recall, and it saves the progress. It basically saves the state of wherever you're at. So if I were to right-click this, Recall, and I believe if I double-click this, it's going to save that state. And I make this editable, and I want to cut a hole out of the top here. So that's just a thin piece of paper. We don't want that. This thing has thickness. So I wonder what the best way to do this is. Like it basically is going to turn into like a shell, right? So I could just select all of this. I think E? No, it's not E. I know there's faster shortcuts for extrude. MT. I think it's just, yeah, it's D. All right, so D is the shortcut for extrude. We'll extrude that. And you can see here that it's like janking out this bit here, right? It's crunching that up. I wonder if there is a checkbox to maintain that shape there. Or we can just go in. Yeah, let's go inwards. And that actually works. So we could do it like that, all right? We could certainly, let's hide the plane for a second. There's some jankiness down here, but not too concerned because we're not even going to see inside of this thing. Interesting. So this is a version, right? We can do it like this, or what we can do, and again, that recall, if I double click it, it's going to go back to being editable. How crazy is that, right? Chris Schmidt over at Rocket Lasso just put out an incredible plugin. Freaking awesome. So you can undo that and control drag that tag, double click it, and oh, it just recalled it. Shift click, I think. No, control click. Control double click will save the new state. So you can go back and forth between these different states, which is super handy. You don't have to duplicate stuff and save out like backup files. You can just do it with recall. It's really cool. So that's a version, right? We could do it like that. Or what we could do is actually, let's hide the, actually no, let's recall it. I'm going to duplicate it and go down a new path here. So what we can do is, we're actually going to do a whole new spline setup here. Let's get that box back so we know how large this thing is. The focal length for the reference photo, I believe, is 70 millimeters. I took it with a 24-70 G Master lens on my Sony A7R II. Oh snap! We got some Japanese down here in the chat. I'm working on my Japanese. I've been learning every week for the last, I don't know, since the beginning of the year basically. So I'm what is it? Benkyou chudesu. I am learning. I'm practicing. I think that's how it goes. All right. So the other way, right, is to actually start from the base like this, you know, and kind of do our little dealy like this. Come down here. This is real janky like, but you guys get the idea. So there's thickness. We're kind of building in the thickness, and then we make these points right on 0. If I don't set these points to 0, let me show you what happens. Let's get that lathe going again. I'm holding Alt with the spline selected. Let's hide the box. All right, so this is the other version where we build in the thickness, all right, with the actual spline. And you can see here that the bottom is janky, and we're getting some weird like segment issues. So what we can do is make sure that these 2 points, let's see if this fixes this. These 2 points down here. What's going on? Yeah, point number 1, we want to make sure it's at 0, 0. And you can see it looks like it automatically got fixed. And then there's this geometry here. We can also set this to 0, and that will clean up our geometry. So the lathe works best when it's basically making it symmetrical, and those points are right on 0, 0. If I move them, you can see that it opens things up like this, and we don't want that. All right, so let's put it to a vote. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to use this method here where we build in the thickness with the spline, or do you want to use the other method where we actually just delete the geometry and extrude it? So number 1 for built-in thickness, and number 2 for making the lathe editable and just extruding it for thickness. All right, make sense? Yeah, Cinema 4D is paid. They're on a subscription service. I'm not really sure how much the subscription service is. They hooked us up over at Corridor, and personally they hooked it up, which is freaking awesome. I love Maxon and Paul. Everyone's such a freaking awesome person over there. All right, so it looks like number 2 is the way to go. We're just going to delete it and then do the thickness with an extrude, which I think isn't the worst option. Not the worst option. All right, so let's delete all of this, and let's do it for real. All right, right side. Let's get that plane going with the cube. Sweet. And Sotomonte, he's taking timecode notes. So I'm going to try and make this as easy on you as possible, buddy. Appreciated. The timecodes really help because when people are watching this after the fact, they can just skip to certain moments. So everyone give a big round of applause for Sotomonte for taking track of the timecodes. I know it's a lot of work. But let's do this. All right, so we're going to build this out. I'm looking at the profile of this, just eyeballing it. And it basically... I'm going to start at the bottom. So if it's 4 inches tall, that means it's probably something like that. And again, the reason I'm doing this with a spline is so that we can make adjustments after the fact. All right, so we'll go 1 here. Looking at this, it flattens out at about the halfway mark. Right about there. I'm going to come to the midpoint. In the midpoint, you actually have a small little lip here. And if I'm looking at our reference, let's see, let's pull this over. There's actually a little lip along here. Which we can actually just do with a bevel and an extrude, okay? So let's bring this to about here or so. Yeah, something like that. And then this other one, let's see, we probably comes just right to this point. And then looks like it comes up and in. Up and in. And then we'll close it. Boom. All right, so now let's make a couple adjustments. First, we want to make sure that these points are zeroed out, all right? So with our spline selected, let's hide the cube for a second and just zero these out, and then we'll zero out the Z right there. We want to make sure that these 2 points are at the same level on the y-axis. So we don't want this to be a little bit more above than this one, right? So we want to take this, we'll just call it 4 inches, 4.1 inches, and we'll call this 4.1 inches. Awesome. And this, we want this point to be in line about in this direction. Also, I want to make sure that this is a hard interpolation. So let's call this 1.95. And this will also be 1.95. So everything lines up nicely. This is our biggest issue. And this is coming from this second little handle here. So I'm going to go to the move tool. And I believe if you hold... Alright, so if you do that, I'm holding Alt and rotating this canvas. Don't want that, so hit Control-Shift-Z to undo camera movement. Let's try Shift. So Shift is what we want, alright? And now we can actually adjust this, this handle, and I'll bring it right to the corner to match this one down here, right? And then let's go ahead and double check that these 2 points are sitting at 0. This one should be sitting right at 0. The Y, right? So that one's to be right there. And I think we're good to go. So again, I'll save. I thought I saved this. What happened? Oh, that's pure ref. Okay. There we go. All right, and then let's throw that lathe down and see what happens. So holding Alt with the spline selected. Boom. Starting to look pretty nice, but we need to make a couple adjustments to these hard edges here. So we'll go back to the spline. And we'll hide the lathe for a second. And I'm obviously referencing the actual object here. We want to bevel out these edges. It's very important that you bevel your edges because there's no such thing as super harsh edges in real life. There's always a bevel to them, no matter how sharp it really feels. So I'm just going to chamfer these guys. Something like that. And even this one here, I'll throw a chamfer down. So there's smoothness to it. Maybe a little less, something like that. Cool. And this guy, same deal. I want to get in here, and I want to chamfer this. And you know what? Before I do this, I'm going to use a recall tag on this. So I'm going to recall. Again, this is a Rocket Lasso plugin by Chris Schmidt. Let's double click that to save, to basically bake this state. All right. So we can always come back to this. Now let's do our chamfers. We want to work as non-destructive as possible, right? Come down to this corner point. Same deal. Yikes. Okay. Maybe we'll just deal with that later. How's that going to work? Spline smooth? Is that even a thing? Interesting. Sure, why not? Why not? And then let's come down here, and finally we'll chamfer this last point. Beautiful. Beautiful. Very nice. Let's control drag that recall tag and override. So now we have another instance. If I were to go back, you can see that the chamfers are taken away. Right? Sweet. All right, so it's a little harsh here on the side. I feel like I need to adjust it. I feel like that spline smooth that we did probably wasn't the way to go. So I'm going to just go back over this one more time. And it's just really important to get the right shape out of this. Holding shift to get this point right there. Cool. And maybe what we could do is just kind of bring these out a little bit more to give it more of a round shape. And we'll override that. And it's a bit smoother now. Cool. We can add in like a little edge here, which could totally, you know, shape this thing out a little bit more. But let's go ahead and open this thing up. All right. Subdivisions, let's go 100. NB will show you your actual geometry versus NA, and that's all under display. So you can see these different hotkeys, right? So NB, UL for loop selection, Now we want to make this editable, so let's go ahead and override this, and I'm going to hit C, make a new recall tag, and override that. So now with, if I want to make a loop cut here, so UL should work. Oh, my normals are flipped, so let's Control A to select all, and I believe it's UR. Yeah, UR, that's reverse normals, which you can always right click and find these right in here. Yeah, reverse normals UR. So use your hotkeys. You're gonna learn a whole bunch. So since the loop selection, the loop cut tool isn't working, I'm going to select all of these points that make up this face here. Right click, and actually, again, about the shortcuts, we want to extrude inner. So that's I for extrude inner. And we'll just bring that in to about here. And you know what? I believe what we could probably do is just extrude this. So D, I believe, is extrude. We'll push this down. And we need to get rid of this bit. All right, so we're going to push that down. And it's going to have like a top on it, right? So we probably don't need to get too specific here, but let's go ahead and extrude it once more. D. Push it down to about this point. T to scale, right about there. D for extrude again. T for scale. And what we could do is basically just make cuts along this point. We want to delete this bit so we can see into our pot. There you go. We can see into our pot. Deleting those points. And what we could do, let's do KL is going to be your loop selection, or your loop cut, I guess. Here we go. Holding shift, I'm going to make a selection there, or a cut there. Let's go and add another cut. Let's go 3. And then we'll do the same here. So shift will snap you to certain points along the way. And it looks like, let's see, that'll be our midpoint. And we'll add 2 more. Cool. And I want to select this line here and that line there. And we want to scale these out, but we also want to enable soft selection, okay? So once you select your scale tool, you can check soft selection. The radius, let's take down to 1 inch. Okay, this isn't going to work because it's affecting these points here. So maybe we take the strength and set it to like 5. Okay, so it's still moving those points. We don't want that. I wonder if there's like a certain... Oh, that works. Restrict. Check the restrict box. We'll take the strength back to 100. Okay, that totally doesn't work, but it's I think it's all good. Because really these are details that you're not really going to catch. But good stuff to know. I'm just going to select the rest of the edges that need to be scaled. I'm going to hit T. Or maybe we do this edge by edge. Just to kind of match the contour of the pot a little bit better. And again, there's probably better ways to do this. Definitely not denying that. I know there are different ways of doing this, that's for sure. But we're doing it this way. And I hope you guys are learning something. All right, last one. There we go. Make sure you guys save your work. We're making a Tetsubin cast iron Japanese teapot. And we're modeling first, and then we'll get into texturing and lighting and make it look really nice. Soto, thank you so much for dropping all of the Blender tips. I know a lot of you guys are on Blender, so thank you, Soto, for making it easier for people to follow along. All right. How's everybody doing? You guys doing all right? Thumbs up all around. Oh, what's up, Chris? We got Evolver Interactive in the house. Big changes to Octane coming soon, apparently. Very, very excited. I love Octane. I am super addicted to Octane. I think it's the best. And Chris is actually a real nice guy, and he's been helping me out a lot. So, Chris, thank you to you, sir. Thank you for the super chat. It's always helpful. These streams take a lot of time, take a lot of prep time. So the super chats are very, very helpful. Appreciate you, brother. Aiden, any recommendations for a graphics tablet around $200? Well, I can tell you that this Intuos 4 Pro Wacom tablet, I think I spent $450 on it. And it's the medium size. You can get a smaller size for probably pretty cheap. And honestly, this model here is a little older, maybe a year or so. So you can probably get something pretty reasonable. The Wacom or Wacom, I don't know how to pronounce it. They're a really awesome company, and they put out really high quality products. So I'm not really endorsed by them or anything. I like what they put out. And I noticed one of you guys saying that the teapot is shaped a little differently. That's exactly why we have it in this lathe, so that we can make adjustments. But here's the thing I'm noticing here, that, let's see, we can go back, but we kind of have to like redo work if we wanted to go back. So I'm not the biggest fan of that right now. Radius, let's go 10. Set this to Bell. Now why it is not updating, I do not. Oh, because restrict is on, that's why, okay. So you can scale it a little bit more if you want, you know, whatever shape feels best. I'm using the soft selection scale. So I'm just like selecting this middle ring here and scaling. But we can get in here and do some fancy work. Let's actually look at that midpoint and make some cuts. So UL once again, or KL in this case. Let's just make a cut here. UL to select that loop, all right? And then we're going to hit, extrude it with D. And I'm just going to scale it or move it up a little bit. Make sure we uncheck the soft selection there. And I'm just going to move it up so that it's just perfectly in line here. So you can see how it's angled up. Just eyeball it right there so it lines up nicely. Cool. Let's make a new recall tag and shift double click, or no, control double click will override that state. So now we have a saved state. And again, just to show you guys the power of this, I'm going back to different versions here with the same, like within the same model. So it's really cool. Recall is a really fun tool that that Rocket Lasso put out. Definitely check it out. Let's go and bevel these edges. Usually I'd, you know, use a bevel modifier, but in this case I think we can just go to town, holding shift on both of those. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to do a bevel modifier. But let's make a couple selections. So UL, let's see. All right, so we're not getting a full selection there. I wonder why. So let's try this. Yeah, I want to get that full selection. I don't know why it's not doing it, but I'm going to hold shift and we will set a selection, and holding shift again, I'll make a bevel modifier. We will drag that selection that we made, should be the last one here, that edge selection, and I'm just going to drag that into the selection tag. And we should be able to just mess with those points there. 0.01 is very, very tiny. And we'll set it to like 3. Alright, so we have a nice little edge there. That's cool. Alright, let's do this little triangle connector here. Basically all the things that we need to connect, I think I'm going to do with a volume builder and a volume mesher. I'm going to try that out and see if it works. So this shape is very simple. It's just a cube, it looks like. It's a cube with a hole punched through it. All right, so let's go cube, hit T, scale this down. Let's move it up. I don't need to be rendering right now. T again for scale. I'm going to scale this all the way down. And let's just block out this shape really quick. So, you know, it's this like roof shaped configuration here. So let's go ahead and hit T, scale it down this way, scale it down overall. Take the top face, come in like about like there. Let's grab the bottom, open it up just a little bit. And this just gets pushed back into the model. About like that. Okay. So this is beveled. I'm going to hold shift, drop a bevel modifier in there, and take it way down, 0.01. Let's take it to 3. 0.02. That'll get you that shape a little bit nicer right here. Maybe 0.015 to meet in the middle. Cool. And there is a hole punched through this. So what we can do is take the cube, hold control to spawn a cylinder in place of that cube, right? So I'm going to hit R, hold shift, rotate 90 degrees. Let's bring the radius down. And we'll get it right in there just like that. And we're going to punch a hole through this thing. So let's select both of these. I'm going to hit Control Alt. And what that does basically, here's what I want to do. I want to put both of these into a bool, right? Or a boolean. And that's going to be, where are you at? Here we go. So I can spawn the bool and manually just place these in like that. And I'll get the desired effect. Okay. Or what I could do, instead of doing that, I can select both of these objects and hold Control Alt, select the bool, and they'll be automatically dropped in there. The Control Alt bit basically says that anything I have selected is going to become a child of the thing I'm creating, right? Now we want to bevel that edge as well, right? Because no edge is, oh, here's another tip while we're at it. So you see how our viewport is clipping here. What you can do is hit Control D, and that's going to take you to, it should take you to, there we go, project settings. Control D will take you to project settings. And all you have to do to fix this is the view clipping mode. Just set that to small, and you'll be good to go. It'll do it again here. Then you just set it to tiny. So whatever your size is, I think we're good with small right now. Alright, so if we want to bevel this point here, I'm going to take that cylinder. Let's go ahead and give it like 32 rotational segments. Let's see. I could probably, I'm going to throw a recall tag on here. We're going to store it. I'll make it editable. And I just want to grab, let's see. Uh-oh, you're going back?
No, I'm this way for another 2 weeks.
I'll see you soon. That's my girlfriend. She went to the dentist to get her Invisalign removed, but forgot her retainer, so she has to have them for another 2 weeks. Ooh, rough. Okay, let's take both of these and connect objects plus delete. I'm wondering, you know, no. Let's go back. This is the beauty of doing this live, guys. This is not an edited video, all right? So bear with me while we all figure this out together. And if you're watching after the fact, God bless you if you made it to this point. Okay. Let's take that bowl. We want to bevel this thing, right? So let's make a bevel modifier, and let's put both of these into a null, Alt G. Or rather, I think you put the bool into a null, and then you drop the bevel in there. The angle threshold is 90 degrees. All right, that's not working. I want, oh, Let's see. All right, that doesn't work. None of that's working. I wonder if I group that. No, that definitely doesn't work. If we group that, I know I've done this before. I'm trying to remember how I did this. I'm trying to bevel just this little bit right here, okay? So I'm trying to do it non-destructively. I wonder. Yeah, that definitely doesn't work. Oh, create single object. I think that's the checkbox I needed. I think that just worked. 0.015. Yay, there we go. 0.01, 0.005, 0.0025 with 3 little bits. Okay, that was it. I just needed to check the create single object box. And then you can actually keep things editable and bevel those edges there. So now we have a nice little piece here. Now we want a seam here. We don't want it to just be a hard edge, because obviously if we zoom in here, we can see that this is all one piece of metal. It kind of ramps up into that little bit there, this extrusion. So we're going to do that with a volume builder, okay? But we're not going to do that quite yet, because I want to create this nozzle, and then we'll piece everything together, okay? So this piece here, I'm going to start naming things. We'll call this body, handle base. I don't know. And this might need to be larger, this handle base. And I kind of feel like it does, so I'm just going to scale it up a little bit more. Bring it like right about there. And if you could see with the reference, this cutout, right, is probably in line. I mean, I have the real thing right here. Yeah, that cutout is lower than this edge. So we can even go larger with this thing and bring it down. And say that the top of this cutout is lower than this edge. Does that make sense? So that's what when reference really comes in. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, so now what we can do, we definitely want to duplicate that, right? So I'll take the handle base and I'll check this little gizmo button, and that's going to allow us to move the gizmo around. And I want to get that Z right at 0. And if we uncheck gizmo, hit R, holding shift to duplicate, or no, sorry, no, not shift. Holding alt, we'll duplicate that little bit. Wait, what am I doing? Control duplicates. It's been a minute. I was camping for too long, right? Holding shift, that'll snap to 180 degrees. And now we have 2 of them perfectly placed. But real quick, I'm just going to make an adjustment on the side here so it's not sticking out as far. I'm going to take these points on our cube. All right, and I'm just gonna move them in about there. And we can move these guys up about there. So it's a little bit more lower profile on the inside. Cool. So now we can hold control and rotate this guy around. Holding shift to snap to 180, and we're good. So now let's do the nozzle, all right? This nozzle piece. I'm probably going to do that, right? So from the front, it's different from the side. I'm probably just going to build this out. What's the best way to do this? What do you guys think? What's the best way to do this? To do this nozzle, we could definitely, make a cube and extrude points out to do that, which is probably my first option. The second option, it'd be nice to like draw the shape with splines, like kind of down the whole nozzle and then connect them all together. But I don't know how to do that in Cinema 4D. I know you can certainly do that up in Fusion 360. A sweep? Can you do that in C4D? Let's do a quick test. So I'm gonna just hop off to the side right here and grab a circle. We'll scale it down. Right, holding control. Let's see. Let's do the pen tool. Come into the side here. We'll go boom, boom, boom. Just a quick test. And we want to sweep that. So I'm going to control alt sweep. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Oh, okay, to change the order. So I just changed the order of that. And that'll do it. All right, but here's the question. Can I make multiple spheres along this path here with like different shapes and have it like adhere? No, okay, I guess it doesn't do that. But you know what I'm saying? Like if I like draw the 3D shape of it with splines like this, I could recreate it, but I don't know. A loft is better. Okay, so a loft, I have honestly never used a loft. And I don't know how it works, but let's try dropping these in and see what happens. Okay, so with a loft, you can use multiple shapes. A loft is what I'm looking for. Okay. Sweet. All right. I don't know what I'm doing, but hey, I'm going to learn something new today. All right, so you're saying that if, in theory, if I have this piece here, I can come over here and like rotate this, scale it up. Holding control will duplicate. You know, we'll do something like this, and then holding control for the last one. This will be perfectly at 0 degrees. And we'll loft it. Okay. Kind of getting me what I want, but I think I need to check something in here. Separate bevel controls, extended shape. I don't want it to loop like it's doing. Avoid self-intersections. Delete this spline. Y'all rock. Okay, so order matters then. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4. Yo! All right. You guys are the best. We just figured out a freaking loft. I've never used one before, but this is very helpful. Thank you so much. Sweet. Y'all rock. Okay, so let's do this legit now, okay? Probably the best way to go about this. Trying to get this as close as possible. All right. So let's go into that side view. I'm going to go ahead and delete these guys for now. Okay. And I'm just going to do this with spheres, or circles rather, circle splines. And we'll just draw it on the actual teapot. So the nozzle is right at the top of this lip. Right about there, and it comes out about as far as, let's see, I'm just looking at this thing here. Comes out probably a third past the length here. It makes sense in my head. A third past the length. It's a little difficult to see, but maybe something like that. And it's oval shaped for sure. So if we go to top view, is there a way to turn this into an oval ellipse? Yes. Alright, so I just want to crunch this down. So if this is like 3, something like that. Wonderful, wonderful. Alright, so with that, let's go ahead and I'm actually going to draw this out real quick. So with the sketch tool, let's just take a look at this and draw it. Something like that comes out to the here, down, and there's a nice like curved, something like that, roughly. Let's try that one more time. Boom, boom. Yeah, something like that. Santos Padilla. Dude, thank you for the super chat. 1999. Heck yeah. Solid, man. Thank you, thank you. Keep up the great work. I enjoy watching your streams to learn more that I can put towards my projects. Dude, that's what it's all about, man. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the super chat. Definitely helps out. As you guys know, a lot of work goes into these streams, a lot of prep work. It's like half my Saturday, so appreciated. Appreciated very, very much, sir. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to be working on a bunch of cool stuff, applying all this knowledge to new projects, new art, new renders. I know how to use a loft now. That's pretty sweet. But yeah, let's keep going. So I'm just gonna try and scale this up, kind of get it like right in there, you know, something like that. Let's scale this all the way up, and I'm gonna take a look at the teapot. Let's take a look at the reference, see if we can see anything. The shape. This is a complicated shape. This is certainly a complicated shape. It might be easiest to do this with a cube, you know? I'm not really sure. But that is an interesting shape. Let's go ahead and see what we can do with this loft. Alright, that looks horrible, but it's all good. We're getting there. Control drag. Let's see. Start from the top. That's the bottom. Cool. Let's hide the loft for a second. I'm going to just do this version and see what it looks like. Scale this down. And we'll basically just follow the contours of this reference that I drew. Holding control to duplicate, T to scale, R to rotate. All right, let's try that. Let's make sure they're in order. Okay, this is not bad, all right? This is not bad. We just need to adjust the other side of this, right? So they kind of turn into more of an oval shape in the other direction as they work their way towards the back. Do I have any beginner tutorials for C4D? Man, honestly, I would just, YouTube any sort of stuff that you're looking for, like the UI or, like where things are. Basically, like, I mean, if you watch these streams, I kind of go over stuff as I use them, so you can learn that way. I also have my full visual effects workflow. It's an hour long. It was my SIGGRAPH presentation for Maxon. So I go over everything in that full VFX workflow. It's definitely a video I'd recommend to people if you're getting started with C4D. You can really get a sense of what you can do in C4D and where things are, and I just drop all the knowledge I have in, like, packed into an hour. So definitely check that out. But let's try and shape this thing out a little bit more. Again, never having really used a loft before. I'm going to hide the body and these handles just so we can kind of see what's going on here. And this definitely does look like an elephant. It's pretty sweet. But let's start with the back. And maybe we can, like, yeah, pull it along like this or something. So what would happen if we did that? Kind of opens up. And we can probably adjust this and use this as like a base model, right? And then add some like little additions here and there. I wonder if I can take this, duplicate it, scale it down, and make another one, control drag it down. If that actually, oh my god, it does. That is awesome. Okay, so with that knowledge, I can start to shape out the actual nozzle here. That's pretty sweet. If I make this a perfect sphere, and then we push it back, that's pretty interesting. And it'll just go. It'll just go down there. So I'll go back to side view. Can I just take this down? That's pretty cool. And it ends down there, but that's fine. And let's try and get this odd shape here. This is certainly an odd shape. I think we can like push and pull some polygons once we get the base going. But let me just go back over and work these other points. So let's see. All right, so that's 1.3, 1.2, 1.1. All right, so they're getting, yeah, okay, there we go. Well, they kind of like flatten out almost. Very interesting. All right, so I'm just checking again the profile shape. I think the bottom bulges out a little too much. Looks like a frog. So I'm just gonna adjust that real quick. I'm going to redraw a reference here. So here, let's see. Probably something more like that. So you gotta get this just right. So let's give that a shot. Let's see if that works. Sweet. All right. And then I'm just checking it from the front. And the profile from the front is definitely kind of like let's see, let's hide the body and all this stuff. The profile from the front looks like this. If I were to draw this with the freehand, be something like that. Right? From the front, this is what it looks like. Roughly. An exaggerated version. Boom. Kind of looks like my Bose speaker a little bit. Which looks, it doesn't look anything like this. All right, so let's just adjust it. So it's a little closer. Again, always helps to have reference pictures. You know, you could take a bunch of different reference pictures from the side, from the front, to get that shape perfect, which is definitely what you want when you're going for photorealism. You want to match, you know, whatever you're recreating. So I'll just scale this up to generally match what I got. Cool. All right, now we'll start with the back. I'm going to try test and just scale them up until they touch basically the wall here. So right about in there. And I'm going to see if this works. Try and get them right, basically right in line. This may not work, but we will find out. That's about right. Yeah, that's pretty darn close. I think it kind of worked. That's super cool. Sweet. So I think, you know, you could probably adjust some points down here, but what I'll do is, let's see if I can throw a recall tag on here. Store it, make it editable, and there we go. So if I can go back to that default state, or that the editable state. That's super cool. Yeah. Now I'll probably push and pull some points here. And just kind of sculpt this a little bit. What I probably can do is select half of it and turn it into a symmetry object. So I'm just going to go to point mode and select just these half points here. So right, we have this right down the middle. And let's take the loft, holding Alt. Let's throw a symmetry. Let's throw into symmetry. Where are you, symmetry? There you are. Cool. So now whatever we do to one side will happen to the other. So this is where soft selection can actually come in handy. I'm going to grab like these points down here. We'll go to the move tool, enable soft selection. And we can set the radius to 0.5 inches and kind of flatten out this little bit right here. From the front view, where are you? Where are you, front view? There you are. Based off of the teapot that I'm looking at, you know, it's a very specific shape we're going for with the front view. You know, they basically, the bottom of this will curve off to here and then just hit a sharp point where it goes straight up. So this needs to continue down this way, and then this curves in like that, okay? So let's see what's the best way to do this. Something like that. That shape feels about right. Very nice. And then you can obviously throw it into a subdivision surface and make a couple cuts. You know, maybe along, if I hit KL, we go to polygon mode. We make a cut like right there, right down the middle, and then we turn on the subdivision surface. You start to get that like that edge there, which you can see right in here. Now I'd probably want to scale up this nozzle. So I'm going to hit L, or hit this little button here, and that's going to allow us to move our gizmo. Yeah, that's really nice. That turned out really well. And we can probably pull some of these points down a little bit more because this, based off of our reference, you see this seam right here. This seam right here connects up with this seam here, okay? So I'll probably want to adjust that a little bit. So let's figure out the best way to do this. Q to turn on and off the subdivision surface. Let's go to the loft again. And maybe just pull some of these points down. So I'll grab these guys, pull them down. Maybe add these two, pull them down. Almost there. And then I'll just adjust like these points here because they dip down a little too much. Something like that. And I just want to kind of even out the spacing of all of these guys here, because we want this to be smooth. UI, that's going to grow the selection. And I just want to make sure that my contour shape looks correct. So maybe take these points here. Kind of move them back a little bit. Something like that. Sweet. All right, not the worst, not the best, but I think that gets us where we need to be. How's everybody doing? Are you guys hanging in there? Give me some thumbs up if you guys are still working along, still cranking, still there with me. I know that took a minute, but hey, if you guys are used to these streams, then you know how it goes. You know, we spend time on this. These streams can go up to 5 hours. I hope this one doesn't go 5 hours. We're at 1.5 hours right now. So what we can do is, based on the angle, our camera angle and everything, we can adjust the topography and the geometry of everything. You know, once we actually get the camera lined up and the lighting going with the textures, we can start to tweak and work in all the details and whatnot. But I think we're good. We're good for now. I think the only thing this needs is a bit of thickness in here. All right, so I'll probably just take these points and move them forward like this. Whoa, what happened? Forgot to select that midpoint. That's important. You want that midpoint. Boom. Cool. All right, let's add the handle, all right? And then we'll do the top. So the handle should be pretty straightforward. That looks like a spline with, yeah, you can probably just spline that. You can probably also do a lathe. But I think in our case, I don't know. We'll definitely need the spline as reference as to how this thing is shaped. So let's try and hop into a right view or any side view. and figure out this spline shape, okay? So it looks like we have... Let's grab our handle base. I'm actually going to make a quick adjustment to our handle. Just do something like that. You notice how it only pulls 1 point. We'll want to make sure that only select visible elements is unchecked, and we'll just laser through everything. So we'll just open it up a little bit like that. And we can take the whole thing and just pull it back a little bit. We can do the same for this other side. Scoot it over and scoot it over. Cool. Alright, so with the spline pen tool selected, let's just take a look at this handle and see if we can't get a nice shape out of it. So I'll probably go here. It looks like it kind of comes out in this direction. I'll straight line that and then curve this. All right, we can use symmetry for the rest. So we'll make sure this point is right on 0. Boom, we'll zero that out. And we'll just adjust. All right, so this will come down to probably about there. Something like this. Holding shift, I'm gonna just bring both of these points down. And I'm just eyeballing this, looking at it in front of me right here. And we'll grab this guy, and you can see how it has like that soft angle. Let's just go ahead and select it, make it a hard interpolation. And then we will do the same here, just in case, hard interpolation, and I'll chamfer this bit right there. And I'll make sure this lines up right. Actually, I'll make sure these 2 points are lined up on the Y. So 3.91, I'll make sure this is 3.91. I'll grab both of these, actually all 3, and bring them down so that this is right in the center. All right, so the handle goes right into that little socket. Now what we want to do is, if you notice here, it's skinnier at the base and it widens out up at the top. So I'm wondering if what's the best way to do that? It'd be kind of annoying to use a loft and have to like trace that whole shape. But I feel like there's a way to have like a start point and end point radius. If you guys have any tips or techniques on that, I am all ears right now. Otherwise, I'm probably just going to loft it. And I'll start on that process. T for scale. Holding shift to snap the angles there. Sweep has curve thickness adjustment. All right, let me stop right there in my tracks. All right, so if we want to control the thickness of this handle, we can actually go spline and circle. Let's select both of those. Control Alt will throw them both into a sweep. Change the order. Oh, is it because it's not closed? It's probably because it's not closed. All right, so actually, no. Let me do a test. If I just do that, and I spawn a circle, and scale it down, select both of them, put them into a sweep, it should just work. Doesn't need to be closed. So what's the deal over here? Cool. All right. I guess it just had to do with my circle spline. I just made a new one. It's not in any particular area. I'll scale it down until it fits right into the handle there. Just like that. And we'll go up to the sweep. Where is it going to be? Size? No. Bevel shape. Extended shape. That's doing it here to the end. We don't want that. So it's not the cap. Bear with me here while I find... Where is it? End growth. Start growth. Ah, end scale. There it is. There it is. Sweet. Beautiful. Yeah, 200 is actually not bad. Maybe 225. Looks like we can adjust the details of that here. Cool. So it should get thick a little sooner. That's not doing anything. That feels about right. Cool. So now we'll just throw the sweep into a symmetry object, and we'll make sure that the gizmo is right at 0, 0. So we'll select the gizmo tool here, the axis tool, and we'll set the Z and, let's see, let's set the Z to 0. And now if we throw it into a symmetry object, it should, if we set the symmetry to the right direction. Yep, perfect. Perfect. Guys, we almost have a full teapot. We just need the top now. Oh, Soto, thank you, sir. Remember to save. Yes, please. All right, let's cap it off here with this top. This piece right here, this solid freaking piece. This thing's huge. I mean, that's just a cylinder, dude. That's so easy. Look at that reference. Hey, the hardest part is going to get this like this pattern here built in. You could probably do that with a noise, or not a noise, like a normal map, which would be ideal and helpful, but Maybe we do it with geometry. I don't know. Maybe we do it with a normal or some sort of displacement or something. I don't know. But we're going to figure it out. I promise you that. Okay, let's make a cylinder. Scale it the heck down. Bring it in. Make it skinny. Bring it up. All right, so we have a little topper. Okay. Rotational segments. 100. No need to keep it low poly here, guys. All right, so it looks like it kind of extends beyond, based off of this reference image, it extends beyond that lip, all right? So there's a little point in here where there's like a little cave. If you wanted to seek shelter from the rain, you could just like chill right here, you know? And we'll adjust the radius hair just a little bit, yep. And I feel like that's all we need to do because we can make it editable from here. I'll throw a recall tag on it just to be safe. We'll store it, make it editable. And KL. And we'll make a cut like there. UL for loop selection. D for extrude. Let's uncheck create caps. Just like that. That feels good. That gets us this kind of shape here. So what I'll do, I want to bevel these edges. So I'm going to hit UL. And actually, I probably don't need to do the selection method. Let's just select the cylinder, hold shift, make a bevel modifier. Take the offset to 0.01, zoom in here, hit NB to see what's actually being subdivided. Let's set it to 0.005. Let's take this inner ring. I'm going to hit T and let's uncheck the soft selection. Why is that not scaling? Something locked. Oh, the gizmo mode is selected, so hit L, and that's going to make sure that we're just doing what we want here. Boom. Let's set that bevel to 0.008. Subdivisions 3. .01. Awesome. All right, we're going to deal with these little rivets later. All right, let's focus on the handle, or this little pot piece here. So I'm going to take a closer look at it. Heck, I mean, we have Photoshop open. Let me just pull up my reference images, and we can take a look at it together, a closer look together. Let's open up one of these guys. So, you know, you have your base shape here, which we'll probably just do with a spline again with a lathe. And then we can go in for the detailed extrusions right in here and in here. So let's give that a shot. Cool. Yeah, let's give that a shot. Pop into a right view. All right. right, let's grab that pen tool. And we probably want something, I'm gonna make a cube. We probably want something like, just eyeballing it. About there. So this will be our workspace area. We can fill that in. And obviously we can adjust, but this is a good guideline for scale, okay? So I'm just gonna take a look at this thing. And I'll show you guys another method I have, basically. I'm gonna just do it with like hard points down here. This one I'll actually curve. And you know what? We can actually just undo these bits and draw half of it, right? So let's take this point and make sure the Z is on 0 so it, you know, properly works here. And then this spline here, we want to get rid of those handles, so we'll go hard interpolation and we'll make sure that that is also zeroed out. We want to match the Y height of both of these points here. So I'll take note, 4.176, we'll copy and paste. We can take this point and let's grab the move tool and just kind of work that a little bit. Now these 2 points we want to be stacked right on top of each other. So we'll take note of the Z, copy and paste. That's not matched for some reason. Why is that not matched? -0.1 and -0.1. Okay, we can take both of those now and just move them over. We want this to be a sphere, obviously, so we'll move this up and grab those handles with the move tool and fill it out just so it gets that sphere form. I'll move it up a little bit more. Cool. Then we'll take that spline, holding Alt, we'll throw it into a lathe, and that will complete that shape. We'll adjust it a little bit further. Something like that. Now, obviously, these points are a little too hard down here. So I'm actually gonna, let's grab these points. I'm gonna move this up, make it a little bit taller. And I made these hard on purpose. I'm just going to right click and chamfer. Let's start with the bottom one. Chamfer. So it ramps into it, right? It'll ramp into it. Pretty extreme. And this guy should basically ramp right into the other part. But we'll take this point. Yikes. What's the best way to do this? Maybe it's soft interpolation. And we'll just adjust this. Something like that. That feels about right. I'll delete our reference cube, turn the lathe back on. That feels pretty good to me. So now what we can do is right click. I'm going to give it a recall tag. I'll store it so we can always come back to this point. And I'm going to make it editable and start making some extrusions, okay? So what we'll do is it looks like it's kind of split down the middle here as well as here and here. It's kind of like a little crosshair up here as well. We're kind of split and down here, okay? So I'm just going to come through UL loop selection. Oh, my normals are reversed. Control A to select all, UR to reverse normals. I think that works there. That's nice. And I'll come into a top view. So I know I'm cutting this in 4s. Like exactly. So holding shift, I'm going to grab those. Let's go ahead and grab these. And those. Alright, so now it's in 4s. Now I don't want to do all of this. So let's go to a right view again, or any side view. I'm going to grab the rectangle selection tool. And just deselect areas that I know I'm not going to cut into. Something like that. UL once again, I'm going to grab these bits. And this is what I will be extruding. So I'm going to just save this selection here. Hit D. And extrude this guy. I wonder if I could just bevel it. So let's try MS. Is there a faster shortcut? Nope, just MS. We'll scale it down. And let's adjust the angle. Nope, we won't do that. Let's adjust the subdivisions. 3 subdivisions. Nah, we don't want that. MS. Bevel, yeah. The depth, let's see. I'm not having much luck with this bevel tool here. So what I'll do, I'm just gonna extrude it. So I have these bottom ones selected, which I don't want. So this shortcut is called Magic Solo. I'm going to solo this. It's a free plugin. I'm going to hold Control, deselect all of these guys. Actually, undo. Only select visible elements. I don't want to deselect things that I can't see. All right, so I'm going to get all that. Let's zoom in here. Hit D for extrude. And it's extruding them beyond, like into the actual model itself, which probably isn't the best option. We can hit UI to invert selection and scale that up instead, you know, like that, which isn't the worst, right? I think that could certainly work. So let's just do that a little bit. But I feel like bevel is the way to go. I'm just not having luck with it. MS. Real-time update. That's exactly what I want. I just want it to be inset. The offset maybe is 0.0, 0.01. That's what I want. Yeah, that's what I want. Depth 0.1, 0.2. All right, so for those of you guys just joining, we had a nice little spike in viewership here. I am recreating this Tetsubin Japanese cast iron teapot. And specifically, I'm using this photo here as a reference, and I'm creating this teapot. Let's see, I'm creating this teapot, and I'm going to light, texture, and render this CG teapot to perfectly match this image here, and I want the difference between the two to be indistinguishable. So we're going for photorealism here. We're going to start lighting this thing in a second. We're going to start texturing this thing in a minute. So what I might do, we can take a vote, and we can take a vote right now, actually. Once I finish this little nozzle, this handle on the top right here, we can either do one of two things. We can either start lighting and texturing, or we can work on this little like stippled kind of texture here and see if we can't get that look with geometry. So what do you guys want to do? Do you guys want to light and texture next, or do you guys want to try and tackle this challenge of getting this like this texture on top and this bumpy, ridgy texture? 1 for lighting and texturing, 2 for getting this texture with I'm not using the best words here. For this bumpy look. What do you guys think? Looks like a pretty even split between 1 and 2, lighting and texturing, versus trying to get that bumpy ridge look. Hey, it's down the middle. I see you, spammers. Those spams don't count. All right, it's right down the middle. So I'll leave it up to me. See what I'm feeling here once I get this guy done. Let's wrap this up. Holding shift, let's throw bevel down. Set it to 0.01. All right, so here's the thing. That's pretty thick, all right? So I think I'm going to chill that out just a little bit. NB. I'm going to go ahead and select the left side of all these bits. It's just a bit much. Cool. We'll set that selection. D for extrude. extrude it just a little bit. And then we'll throw that bevel back in. 0.015. 3 subdivisions. 0.01. All right, not bad, not bad. So let's take the cylinder and the lathe. We'll group that. We'll just call that top. Cool. Let's try and match the aspect ratio. So I know that this is 2:3 aspect ratio, I believe. All right. So if we go to our render settings, that's up here in top right in Cinema. And the width, I always set to, let's see, for this demonstration, we can go 600 by 900. That's 2:3 ratio. And we'll start lining this up. I want to get the lighting going before I hop in. Now automatically I can tell the nozzle right here is a little off, but we'll adjust that, so no worries. I did not take an HDRI because I felt I didn't need to. I can recreate this with area lights inside of Cinema 4D. Now, one thing that's making this nozzle seem so stretched is my focal length on my camera. I know I took this with a 70mm lens, so I'm going to want to match that. In Octane, or C4D or Blender, or whatever the heck you're using, select your camera and just make sure it's at a 70mm. If you lock this, right, you can actually scale down the image and see your the full deal, you know. So let me scale this down. And line it up so that we can actually match the angle, the camera angle here. We'll go 0.6. Cool. All right. So we are closer. Again, focal length is set to 70mm. Let's go ahead and zoom in. We're a little, want to be above this by a bit. And it is sitting on the ground. Let's see, this is about like there. And we're just going to finesse this into place. Now the first thing I notice is the handle comes up and out of frame. Now it could be because I'm not over this enough. I could zoom in and come in to this point, but I also don't want to lose this handle. All right. So it's a very fine line here where we want to just get the right look. I think the nozzle needs a little bit of work, but that's okay. We'll get there. Also, another thing I noticed, the shape of this is way off right here. The shape of this is definitely off. So I might go in for little adjustments there as well. It also seems that this edge here, this is a bit too, this needs adjustment as well. All right. But still, I'm going to get it generally set up here. Let's get it generally lit, and then we can start tweaking, all right? So, let me turn the plane on, okay? And I actually have my living room as an HDRI. So let me just pull that up real quick. Let's go VFX materials, HDRI. Yikes, it's all crazy. You gotta click the image and set the color profile to linear. And let's try and rotate this around. I'm using Grayscale Gorilla's plugin here. This is HDRI Link. You can actually link to all your HDRIs and everything. Actually, I'm not really using it because I just loaded it in. What am I saying? Let's rotate this so we have kind of like a lit from behind there. Yeah, that's... getting close. Something like that. Okay. And I'll just load a temp material in. Okay, so I'm going to do an Octane glossy material. Drop that. Let me group everything. Teapot. I'll drop that on the teapot. And let's go into this material, go to the node editor. And let's adjust the colors. I'm just going to color choose that there. And just for a quick little look here, it definitely needs some roughness. So let's go like 0.2 on the roughness. And then we can just add some really quick Octane noise into the bump channel. And I'll give this a projection tag and set it to XYZ to UVW, and a transform tag, which I'll just set to like 0.01. Go and save. It looks like it's crashing on me. 0.01. There we go. And then we can take down the intensity of this by doing a little bit of... This will be piped into a multiply. And this will go right into a float. We'll set that to 0.1. And this will all go into the bump. 0.01. Alright, so it's just very general. Very rough here, okay? Let's get some depth of field. So with the camera tag, Octane, so I have a camera here, all right? And then I'm going to throw an Octane camera tag on it. Right click, we can go C4D tags, Octane camera tag. Right, you can also hit Shift C and look up anything you want in Cinema 4D. It's pretty nice. Let us go to the thin lens, okay? And I know I was at a 2.8. So boom, 2.8. We're in, and we want to select the focus area, which it almost looks like it's correctly focused. It's basically right here, you know. So we can hit this little focus knob and boom, click right there. All right, so our focus is good. Now I just need to adjust the shape of this teapot, okay? Before we move on to texturing, because I feel that, let's see, let's go to the body. And I'm going to actually throw a recall tag onto the camera, and I'm going to store it. So in case I ever move around, I can just double click this and it'll take me back to the position that we've set up for ourselves. We definitely don't want to lose that. So it kind of, I can still use my camera to zoom in and like get close and take a look at things, but boom, double click and recall will take us right back. Really nice. All right, so let's go to a side view and work the profile of this teapot, okay? But before I do that, I'm going to grab a kombucha because I I'm thirsty and my throat hurts. And always after these streams, my throat hurts for the rest of the day because I talk so freaking much. So give me 2 seconds. Be right back. And we got some cookies too. What a Saturday. How's everybody doing? We got thumbs ups all around or what? You guys still hanging in there with me? Appreciate you guys. So we're at a point right now where I'm looking at these comparisons. I'm looking at the difference between these two. And I am not happy. And it gets difficult because, you know, you get discouraged. Right? I could easily be discouraged that my render doesn't look like the photo. What the heck, man? But I promise you we still have work to do. And we're going to get there, okay? We're going to make those adjustments. We're going to make it look nice. You guys are awesome. We got thumbs ups all around. I dig it. Sweet. And I appreciate you guys coming back like you do. I consistently got like around 225 to 250 concurrent viewers. And that's you guys every single week. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Sometimes it spikes. The most I ever had was 600 something. And that was after the first, that door. You guys remember that doorknob live stream I did? It was after that. Because that video blew up. It was crazy. Luis, I will not lower the opacity on the reference to see how close they match because I will lose my mind. And I will drive myself crazy, okay, if I do that. I'm not going into that realm. I'm just gonna eyeball it. And then we got ourselves here some GT's ginger ale kombucha. Good for the throat, good for the gut. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. You guys know what kombucha is? Have you ever had kombucha? The first time I had it, it was like, it tasted like feet. Zach, you are welcome. I love doing these streams. They're a lot of fun. I learn a lot. I learned how to use a lathe modifier. That was cool. Or the lathe tool. Okay, Miran, does anyone know what is this? The app second from the right, the one with the pink blue icon? Yeah, that's Parsec. Parsec is amazing, and it actually allows me to like remote into my work computer at Corridor from home, and it's totally seamless. It makes it really easy. It's a really cool program. I found out about it through Andre Lebrov, and if you guys don't know Andre Lebrov, definitely check out his channel. Andre, A-N-D-R-E-Y. Andre Lebrov, L-I-B-R-O-V. He puts out some incredible Cinema 4D tutorials and just theory, concept. He has the slickest studio I've ever seen. And we might be doing something together in the future. So definitely look forward to that, guys. That's freaking awesome. I love that dude so much. But he showed me Parsec. Yeah, it's like TeamViewer. And then recently, Daniel, who is one of the new hires at Corridor Digital, he was like, hey, yeah, Parsec is a thing. So we, apologies. We started using it, and I freaking love it. No, I do not play Fortnite. The Epic Games logo, that is for Unreal Engine. Using Unreal Engine. No Fortnite here, guys. Nothing against Fortnite. All right. Let's just throw a light in here because we need that swing. You know, it's all about the swings. So let's go Octane. Oh, you see how I moved the camera there by accident, but it's all good. We have that recall tag. Help us make things right. So I know there's a window in my house about that big. All right. So it's putting out a bunch of light. And it's probably back here. Boom. That's where I'm getting the majority of my light. Now you can also fill, have a little bit of fill in here with, you know, some cards, some fill cards and whatnot. But you know, it's cool. We'll deal with that later. But that's your swing. All right, that's gonna get you the swing on the top, right here, and right on the nozzle. So you can adjust that light for the most potent swings. You see that swing right here. Go to the camera, Octane tag, camera imager, and take the highlight compression all the way up. For now, we can find a fine line somewhere in there, but that'll get you that swingy swing. But let's adjust the shape of this teapot, all right? Side view. All right, we're back in. Edge mode. Let's grab the body. And I'm gonna hit UL. Actually, let's go to polygon mode. UL. Boom. Let's grab that. I'm gonna hit UY a couple times, and that's going to grow the selection. Let's go ahead and lose the top for a second. So if we select, yeah, basically all of that, we can get these guys. We can get these guys. All right, so we can select all that. Fantastic. And let's go to the bottom. Holding shift. Let's hide the plane for a second, our floor. Boom. All right, so we got the bottom selected. Now what we'll do is double click that recall tag, okay? And let's go back to the side view. I'm gonna hit T for scale. Now if I just go to town, it's gonna scale them up like that, all right? By default, it's gonna give you something you don't want. What we want to do is we want to uncheck the Y, so it's only scaling on the X and the Z. All right, so we're almost there. And then let's actually hide the handle base and the handle. And I'm going to name this stuff. Okay. Back to the top. No, sorry, back to the body. T for scale. We want the that soft selection again, okay? So with scale selected, soft selection will enable it. The radius will set to 2 inches. And now you can see it's working, but it's not working properly. We want it to maintain this shape right here. So we can try linear, which can get us about that far. Which may be as far as we need to go, okay? Like that might just work. Notice how much we see the bottom down here, okay? And we don't really see the bottom there, but if we push that linear just enough, I think we can get some bottom in there, you know what I mean? Just a little bit of that bottom. Now you could UL and UL scale and just get those guys just a little bit. The radius will set to 0.5. Just a hair to keep that shape, right? And we could even come down to the bottom again. UL. One more. And just scale the bottom up a little bit. So T, let's set that radius back to 2. Just enough. So this edge right here, like this little lip, is about the same, right? So you're seeing just as much as the bottom right down there. Let's bring the plane back in. And because I get sidetracked, we're going to open up Bridge and find a quick like wood veneer kind of tiling for the floor here, okay? So I want to match that as well. So under surfaces, we can go to wood. This is Quixel Bridge. If you guys don't know what Quixel Bridge is, definitely check it out. It's basically the coolest thing ever. Parquet. Is this what we want? It's close. Yeah, it's close. Like it's almost this vibe right here. So I'll heart this, I'll favorite that, and I'll keep scrolling through to see if I can't find something a little closer. This one here might be a little closer. I don't think we'll ever match it exactly. English Bond Teak Parquet. Maybe that's what we need. Hard to tell. Another thing we can do here is search for 4 to 8 meters, meaning the file is a lot larger. We can zoom in a lot closer. 2 to 4 meters. This works too. This could be sweet. This like worn kind of look. You don't really see too much of the ground in the image. But if I scroll down, let's see, what is that? So that's 2 by 2. If we could find a 4 by 4, that would be ideal. Meaning we could just zoom in a bit more. 2 by 2 as well. Can you just search for 4s? Maybe there's no 4s. Who knows? Honestly, I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's going to be blurry anyway. Let's just download this one, guys. 8K texture. It's going to be great. Offline specular is what we want. Let's download it. Quixel Bridge is actually, well, yeah, Quixel Bridge is it free? If you're using Unreal Engine, all of the mega scans, assets, and textures and everything are free, as well as Quixel Bridge and Mixer. It's all free if you're using Unreal Engine. Now, if you're doing it in anything else, like Blender or Octane or whatever, you have to pay. So I think it's like $20 a month for a whole bunch of points. And I use it all the time, so I can certainly justify the purchase. All right, so we'll export to C4D. Boom, exporting. Export success. Let's go back to C4D. And we should, if C4D is done crashing, I think it's trying to apply the texture to the teapot. No? Alright, good. Let's hide the teapot for a second. Let's go to the plane. Let's apply this material to the plane. And it looks insane. So let's go into this. It looks like gold for some reason. So I'm going to set it to glossy, octane. That looks a lot more normal. Let's go in. Transform. Definitely needs to be transformed down. But what we need to do is throw it into a projection node. All of these textures need to go into a projection node, okay? Because we want it to be laid out in a certain way across this plane. I'm gonna set it to box. All right. Now what we can do, let's take that depth of field for a second and just focus on the ground. And we'll set the transform to like 0.1, okay? That's way too small. 0.5 feels a little bit more right, maybe 0.65. And we will rotate just a little bit. So I basically, you can see the lines here are going off into the background, into Z space, and how they're kind of cutting across on the x-axis. We want to just rotate that around a little bit. So it's going off into Z space. Like that. Feels a bit more right. Let's adjust the colors of this. Let's bring that light back in for a second. And we can bring our teapot back in. Get our focus back. And let's get our top going. So the top needs to be scaled up again. All right, so let's go into a side view and make sure when we scale it, if we scale it currently, it's gonna scale all weird. So let's get the Y scale going. We don't want it to scale and move up like that. So we want to actually scale it from like this bottom point here. So what we'll do is actually, with the top selected, I have this axis center button kind of checked up here. You can hit Shift C and look up axis center. And we want to adjust the center point of this thing. So we're going to include children. We're going to use all objects inside of this hierarchy here. And this is zeroed out, so it's going to go right into the middle. But we don't want it to go in the middle. We want to scale it from the bottom point. So I'm going to take the Y all the way down to -100 and execute. That's going to move the gizmo down to the furthest most point on the Y-axis of this model. If I set it to -100, it's going to go to the very last polygon on the Y-axis. Now when we scale, it scales properly. I love it. Yeah, it's super handy tip. We can just bring this down a hair. And maybe scale it. You can see how thick that edge is. So if I were to go to like 0.65 on this. It's a lot thicker than we have it, so I'm gonna adjust that. Let's go to the top, our cylinder. I'm gonna just grab these points down here, and I'll just move them down. Oh, I think I have the soft selection enabled. Let's uncheck that. So it's thicker, right? It's a lot thicker. Even more so. And then I'll go to the body and I'll make sure that that's adjusted as well. Okay. So we can go to just point mode or something and grab these top points and move them up like that. So now it's a bit more representative of the image. It's thicker on the top. Okay. And let's get a bounce light going in here, because that's going to allow us to actually see what we're doing a little bit better. Focus we can set to autofocus for now. So I'll go back to the camera tag, thin lens, and depth of field. Autofocus will check on. Make sure you guys save your work. Tobias, I'm actually colorblind. Yes, I'm actually colorblind. It's not that big of a deal when doing this kind of work, because I've done it for so long at this point. And it's not a super severe colorblind test. You know what I should do with you guys? I should take a colorblind test with y'all to show you what I mean. Ha, Timothy, I de-aged 10 years when the beard comes off. Dude, straight up. Straight up. Tobias, I have like red-green or something like that. Red-green color blindness. Really though, it's not that hindering to the process. But let's get a bounce card in here. So what I'm gonna do for a bounce card is just pop a plane in, scale it way down. Let's go Octane diffuse material, and I'll just drag and drop. Boom, Octane diffuse material in there. Rotate. Something like this, you know. What we can do actually is we can throw a target tag on this plane. So we'll go plane, right click, animation, tags, target tag, and just say, hey, what's the target? I want to point it at the teapot constantly. The up vector, I feel like we got to plug in something into there. I don't know what to plug into the up vector, but we might be able to just rotate this. Oh, we can't rotate it. Man, what goes into the up vector? The Spotify logo is like a mint green for me. For Andreas asking. Yeah, I got the Rocket Lasso recall plugin. I freaking love it, dude. It's awesome. It's super handy. Like, I'm moving my camera all around, but I can just double click it and go back to where, you know, this is actually lined up. And I think, what, 0.55. And we'll hide the horrible plane. So the recall tag allows me to, like, move around and still check all my stuff, but I can just double click and reset that. Chris Schmidt is a genius. So I can't change the orientation of the plane. I think I'll just have to get rid of the target tag for a second and do it manually. We'll do it live. Let's zoom out for a sec. Just kind of reset the orientation on all this. And we'll go like 180 or 90 degrees. Bring it back. Bring it back to like this point and just kind of point this white bounce card at our teapot. It's kind of right in there. I think I was using a 8.5 by 11 inch piece of paper. So let's set the width and height to 8.5 by 11. So that's our piece of paper that I actually used as a bounce card in real life when I took this photo. And I got it right up in there. The cool thing about Octane is it's a non-biased renderer, meaning things just work. Things just look realistic because the way Octane is built basically is set up to emulate real world lighting. That's the non-biased kind of setup. So check this out. All right, let's hop back into the camera, but we have this giant plane blocking our view, right? So what we can do is right-click the plane. We still want it to be a bounce card, but we want to hide it from view, all right? So you're going to right-click the bounce card, throw an Octane object tag on it. And then we'll go to visibility and just check camera visible. So we're still getting the bounce. But, you know, if I turn this on and off, you can see if I compare and store the render and then I turn the bounce card on, you can see the difference, right? You can see that the bounce card is really like lighting this thing up a little bit more. And I can probably walk it in a little bit further. Probably. And we'll hide it from the viewport because I want to be able to see what's going on here too. Okay, so our lighting is getting kind of worked in here. But it ain't the best. Let's take the power down to like 20, maybe 30, 6500. That's daylight. So that's the kind of color we want. But it feels a bit warm to me. The ground feels a bit warm. But it's cool. We'll deal with the details of the color and the nitpicks of the color a little later. But let's deal with this handle and the handle base, okay? So let's line this guy up. All right, let's go in here. Let's go in. Let's go all the way in. Let's go 0.75. That's not all the way in. All right, let's get in here. Let's just go 1.5. We get in there. All right, we'll zoom in here. And we can see that this thing is way larger than our janky little handle base. So I'm going to grab that axis center tool, point center. It's going to go right into the middle of this thing. Why is it not working? Sometimes it doesn't work. The handle base. Why is it? Axis center tool. Include children. Huh. Yeah, sometimes it just... I feel like sometimes it just doesn't work. Weird. Maybe if I group it again? Nope. I do not know why. Okay. I'll just do it manually. It's cool. We'll drag and drop. Boom. Right in there. And we'll scale it up. So about there. Feels about right to me. We can also scale up the cylinder that's cutting in. So T for scale. This feels about right to me. And maybe we just push it down a little bit more because we want it to certainly go into the teapot there, right? Now that means we have to adjust the other one, right? So I'm going to hit the axis tool, the gizmo tool, and I'm going to zero out that bit. Okay, and then I'm going to hit R, hold Control to duplicate. Oh, we need to make sure that our gizmo axis tool is unchecked. All right, so then now it's really going to do it. Hold Shift. That's going to get you to snap to the angle of 180. So now it's going to be on... Whoa, it's not on the other side. Where'd it go, guys? Let's delete it for a second. Hold Control. Ah... It's because our gizmo isn't in the right place. Handle base. All right, so that should be 0. I don't know why it's not 0. Chris Schmidt would know. He's the master. But let's see. Handle base. Object, world. Oh, is that why? Because I'm in the wrong. Yep. Need to be in world orientation. Okay, now we do it. Okay, Control, holding Shift will snap us to the 180 degree level there, and we should still have autofocus on. Yep. Okay, now let's make sure the handle matches, because the handle will not match. Maybe we just need to scale up the whole thing. If I go into a side view, check the axis tool, I should be able to just kind of line it up so it's right in the middle, roughly, right there. Uncheck, scale, and we are kind of in. Now, the good thing about doing this with a sweep and a spline and all that stuff is that you can adjust this. So I'm going to hit T and just scale up that circle again. Awesome. Double click the recall tag and we're back in. Let's see how those adjustments fared for us. Yeah, much better. Look at that. So you see our handle now is actually going up and out of frame in the right way. Now we're seeing it in the back here, but we can always erase that, you know, or just kind of zoom in a little bit more. I think I can probably orient, let's see. That feels a little bit better. I want to zoom in just a little bit. Just really find that line. Line it up just right. We're getting close. We are very, very close. Another thing I can do is take the spline and maybe just move it up a little bit more. Like that. Cool. All right. How is everybody doing? We're getting close. I think it's almost time to maybe make an adjustment on the nozzle here and then figure out this ridged kind of look. And that's going to take us into texturing, like a real detailed texture, and then finally we'll wrap up with the light. Let me just take a quick look again because I got OCD. I also got ADHD. So I'm all over the place, you know? I'm just freaking all over the place. Let's adjust the specular highlight. I'm not seeing any of the shadow here. I want to see more shadow. And I think the way to do that is to probably maybe get this light going up a little bit more. Our bounce card might be cutting into the shadow just a bit. Oh, wait. Am I even... Hold on. I am. Okay. But why is the bounce card not doing anything? Where the heck is the bounce card? Okay, yeah, it's there. But it's like barely doing anything. Maybe I just need to... See, now we're in the lighting. Now we're figuring out the lighting situation. I'm gonna just adjust the floor real quick. The specular, let's take the specular power to 5 and see what happens. No, let's take the specular power to 0.1. Let's delete the specular. All right, I'm gonna undo that. I think I just need to adjust my Octane light. Let's go into top view and move the light in. Just give it a nice soft blast here. And let me actually move it down. I think it's too high. There we go. Now you can start to see that shadow. Let's push it back. Scale it down a little bit. crank the power. Let's try 200. Push it back. Scale it down. And crank the power. What I'm trying to do is get a harsh shadow going. So maybe if we take the Octane surface brightness, we uncheck it. Then we go to like 20 power. Maybe we take the power of the HDRI all the way down. So this is just being lit from that Octane light. And I'm going to move it around. You see the shadow is coming straight down basically. This is a little too much. Okay, so I want to match that shadow just right. So right about there. And then we can bring the light, we can probably scale the light up. Or just bring this down. Okay, yeah, you see how the light, the shadow of this little knob is very specific. We want to get it just right. So we probably need the HDRI just a little bit. The bounce card we can probably scale up a little bit. Now the color cast is a little off, but that's okay. We'll get that. The reflection is too much here, but I think that's all going to help with texturing. All right. Once we get to the texturing phase, let me throw a LUT on this real quick. Linear. Let's try Kodachrome 25. I'm going to go down the list and just see what feels right. Uncheck the response and try from the bottom. So I feel like the floor definitely needs to be desaturated. It's a bit too much. This is close-ish. Let's go to the floor. Okay. We'll open that up and we'll take the saturation down to 0.5, 0.75, and we'll take the brightness down to 0.75, 0.5 maybe. Whoa, crazy. 0.5. Saturation. Let's maybe throw a vignette on this guy just a little bit. It's too magenta looking, I'm feeling. This is always the hard part for me, is getting this color down. The white balance, let's color pick the white point here and set it to the opposite. So basically, when you choose the white balance here, it's going to go to the opposite cast. So if we set this to white, and we wanted to like cool it down, we would go orange or tungsten, and it'll kind of cool it off, as you guys can see here. Okay, so that like we're all walking it in, all right? We're not getting it perfect just yet, okay? Because we still need the texture, and the texturing is actually going to affect the way the light bounces off of the top of this thing. We're going to give it a bit more roughness, which is going to cut down on these highlights here. I also feel like the light is pouring in a little bit more intensely here, over on the left side of frame. So I need to account for that as well. I probably need to come in here with a little spotlight or something to just hit right on the side. So let me do that real quick. Let me see if I can get that going. Yep, we need the light reflect on the it's actually the floor, but yeah, the table, whatever, whatever you guys want to call it. I'm wondering if it's just because, let's see, if I actually go to the wood material and I go to the roughness here, what if I just take the roughness away? All right, so that's obviously not going to work for us. Oh, again, you see those fireflies right here? We want to get rid of that. Okay, so we can go to Octane settings, and never mind, totally just contradicted myself. Our GI clamp is by default set to 1 million. Set it to 1. If it's set to 1 million, this is what it's going to look like. We set it to 1, and you can get rid of a lot of those fireflies. But in this case, we're not getting fireflies because of the GI clamp. We're getting fireflies because the specular surface that it's hitting, it's too fine and too granular. Let's bring that roughness back in, and let's take the specular for a second. Let's uncheck the specular. All right, so now that's getting a lot of bounce light in there. Now we can throw a card down, basically something to block the light that's back here, which would actually be the wall. All right. And we can just kind of fill this in with bounce cards. So if I were to kind of reconstruct the shape of my house, I'll take this plane, which is our bounce card. I'll open it up so we can see it, and I'll duplicate it, right? And I'll just kind of bring it out here. And this is definitely something that you guys need to account when you're recreating a photo. You need to think, how was this scene lit? I know my house, so I know like how it's laid out, so I know how the light's kind of bouncing around. You can do a custom HDRI if you want, for something very specific. But, we got walls. Probably if I were to take my walls would probably be here. Let's see, it'd be like something like this, probably. We're gonna go up so you get some bounce light from there, from this giant wall. All right, and then this kind of extends, obviously. Holding control, I'll duplicate this. Go 90 degrees, move it over, and, there's another wall on this side. The kitchen is on this side. And then, obviously, there's a ceiling. So I will hold control and bounce some more light around, Get a ceiling going up here. You can open these guys up. And of course, there is well, it's kind of being lit by an HDRI, right? This whole image is being lit by an HDRI, but we can bounce the light around to kind of better shape the lighting, right? And we can take that Octane light. Let's take all these planes and turn them off in viewport. And we can take this Octane light. Currently, the way we have it, we're getting this big swing right here. It's a little much, right? So we want to lower it or raise it up. Oop, not scale it. So it's almost something like this. We can crank the light even more. We're getting close. So it's, and actually this is better because now you can actually see the ring of of this teapot of the nozzle, which we didn't have before. So we're getting nice light bounce from that. But this is much closer, in my opinion. Much closer. We can go back to the ground material and bring some of that contrast back in. So we can go saturation. We can lower the brightness. Maybe the gamma comes down. Getting closer, right? We can go to the index and just make it a bit more reflective. 1.4 maybe. Maybe went a little too intense on the gamma. And the contrast can maybe come up so we can see a bit more detail in, like, or if I zero that out. Let's see, we could take a color correction node and maybe just pull out a little bit more detail from the ground there. Oh, sorry, not a color correction, a gradient. We want a gradient. Octane gradient. There we go. Boom, boom. Make sure we save, and the gradient will allow us, it's basically like levels, so we can just crunch it. But it goes black and white. We don't want that. We probably need to put it into a multiply again. And then the gradient goes in there. I think that's going to work. It's hard to tell. But we can come back to this. Let's do an adjustment on the nozzle. On this loft here, let's come in. I'm going to check go options and uncheck check camera. So when we zoom in, it's going to keep our viewport going correctly. But okay, so let's work this here. I think it just needs to come in a bit. So I'm gonna hit UL in edge mode. Oh, so our normals are backwards. We definitely want to flip those. So Control A and then UR to reverse normals. Let's select this bit here. And we're going to go UY and once more for to grow our selection. And then I'm going to hit T. All right, so that's for scale. And we want to scale this in like this, but we want to make sure that we're scaling other polygons with it, right? We don't want that. So obviously we need to do our soft selection again. So we'll enable it. We'll set it to 0.5 inches. And I think linear is okay for what we're doing right now. It just feels a little long and a little wide on the front side. So maybe what we can do, is actually just select the front half, UI to grow the selection, move scale tool with T, enable the soft selection, and maybe we just scale it. Oop, we don't want that. We can move it. We don't want that either. Let's just select that one piece. our radius needs to come down to 0.2. And I'm just shaping this a little bit better. Kind of want to thicken up the inside of this. All right, and that obviously is janky. So we'll just grab that point and set the radius to like 0.2. Something like that feels a little bit better. It feels a little bit better to me. Sweet. Yeah, volume measure. We're going to do volume measure. I'm going to use that to combine these pieces, but we're kind of hopping all around. The lighting feels a lot better to me now. We're actually hitting this point here. So this point is getting light. We're getting that edge here. It's catching light pretty nicely. What else? I'm very excited to texture this thing. But before we do that, let's try and figure out these little bumpies. Will certainly be a challenge, but I am ready. Are you guys ready? We're 3 hours in, and we've come time to do the bumpies. Let's figure it out. Okay, so yeah, lots of different options on how to do this. Let me do a test. I'm gonna just make a new window, a new file here, and I want to run a test. If I can take this cube, in fact, let's not do a cube. Let's do a, let's see, what would make a diamond? I guess it'd be a sphere. You do a sphere with like as few sides as possible. Yeah, 3 sides. So you have a diamond, and we can face the diamond. I guess the direction doesn't matter. It's kind of just a diamond. Yeah, sweet. Okay. I want to clone this diamond across my cube. So across my sphere. So I'll take the sphere. Let's turn it into a hemisphere. And I want to clone my diamond like a diamond. And let's hold Alt, clone the crap out of it. We want to clone it for mode. We want it to be on object mode. And the object is the sphere. So we'll drag and drop the object into the sphere. Let's go ahead and scale down our diamond. All right, so it's doing one thing correct. It is cloning this diamond across our sphere, across the surface. Distribution is set to surface, okay? So it's proper, you know, it's popping out just at about the right distance from this thing, but the way it's kind of distributed across this is not what we want at all. So we need to figure out how to do that. Let's get this out of here. Actually, no, we need this. We definitely need this. How do we want to do this? We could distribute it across the vertex like this. And then we could rotate it maybe with a step modifier. So we could do a... Where are you, Mr. Step? So if you don't know where the step modifier is, which should be in here somewhere, and you guys are probably staring at it, screaming at me, you can hit Shift C and type in step, and there it is. Double click. Okay, so it's doing the wrong thing. It's scaling it up from the bottom to the top, so it's getting larger as we get to the top. We don't want to scale it. We want to rotate it. Okay. And we don't want to rotate it like this, or like that, or like that. We don't want to rotate it like any of that. We want to rotate individual like rows of diamonds, because if you look closely, they're staggered like snake. It's like snake skin. Each one is in the middle of the next, you know, like bricks almost. So maybe what we can do is distribution, vertex, edge. Look at that. That does it. Edge does it. Okay, so that's great. By default, that just freaking works. So what I'd probably do is duplicate the... I would set up basically like some sort of sphere that wraps around our teapot and matches up to the face of it basically, and just kind of clone these diamonds across that. So that's actually pretty freaking sweet. Now, if I hide the sphere, we have these diamonds like this, right? And this will sit on top of our teapot. Now they are closer together, so that means we'll need to take our sphere and give it more segments. So 64 segments. Let's turn the sphere back on. There we go. See, now they're really close together. It looks like the Disney Epcot globe a little bit, right? Let's 48, I think, is probably the next move. And it looks like it just needs a minute to like update or something. That's pretty freaking close. I wonder if we can push these into the sphere a little bit. So we could take the cloner and maybe just scale it down. That kind of works. Also note that these dots get smaller the closer they get to the top. And in our case, they start overlapping by the time they get way up here. And we're not going to go that far, but we do want to scale them down. And we could use that step modifier. So if we go scale, and instead of scaling up, it scales down. So we can go to the effector and just basically, in theory, invert this. So it starts big and it gets small. And if I right click this and do 0 angle, let's see, spline type, point type, 0 angle. I should be able to select both of those, point type, 0 angle. That should just set it to linear basically. And, you know, we can just move this slider up and down. And this one, let's see, they're still getting larger as they go up to the top. Or another thing we can do is, let's see, what's the best way to do this? I want them to get larger as they go to the bottom. They're larger towards the top. So maybe we set the scale to -1. There we go. So they're getting smaller as they get towards the top. And we'll just take the strength down a little bit, right? Yeah, that works. So that's kind of the idea. Now these are definitely like rounded out. So you can probably throw a bevel modifier into that sphere to get you this shape. And let's set the cloner to multi-instance. It's going to go a lot faster. See, my frame rate's 173.9. But when it's just set to instance, it has to think a lot, and we're down to 15 frames. So go to multi-instance for sure. It's going to make things a lot faster. Now the bevel modifier, we can probably crank the subdivision to 3. And it looks like these rivets, they're a bit like, they're scaled up. They're stretched out. So we can give this a recall tag. We'll store it. We'll make it editable. And then we can just scale it on one of these axes here. So let's go to the diamond. And we'll just scale it up like that. It's a bit more like that, right? Pop it back on the cloner. Hop back in. And you can see, okay, they need to be oriented all in the right direction. So we'll go back to the cloner. And we can say distribution, selection, offset is 50%. Maybe under transform. Welcome back. Ooh. Oh, really? She brought me in and out. Thank you. All right, so maybe we can rotate these so that they're all facing the right direction. How would I do that? Align clone? So align clone is doing one thing for us, but it's kind of doing another thing at the same time. So maybe, I don't know, maybe we cheat and say, it's not scaled up like it looks like. I feel like we're so close though, we're almost there. The cloner is going across the sphere. If I give a recall tag to the sphere, double click it. Let's go in, let's make it editable. And deselect some points here. So let's hide the cloner. I want to delete these bits, right? Because that's basically what we're putting all these rivets across. And then we can hide the sphere. And let's see. Man, I know there's a way to like orient all this stuff into the right direction. Yeah, you can do a selection too. So instead of deleting those points, I could just have selected the certain polygons that it wanted to be on. Scale on edge. What is that? Interesting. Huh. Yeah, there's a bunch of different ways to do this. You could use a displacement map to do this. Yeah, bunch of different fun ways to go about doing something like this, which is cool, you know. Everyone has their own way. All right, so hey, I think this is gonna work for us. We can go back to the step effector and get that scale right. Now all we need to do, we have our setup going, right? This is our setup. We just need to apply it to the teapot itself. So let's go back to the teapot. Take a look at this. Let's just copy this thing over. Like it's basically there. So I'm gonna copy this setup. We'll do the sphere, the cloner, and the step. We'll group it together. We'll call this rivets. Copy, paste. And it's hard to see with the lighting, so I'm gonna hit ND, and that'll get rid of our lighting. We can just bring that up a little bit, and I think there's two. They're too large, so let's go ahead and grab that sphere. Let's recall it. We'll hide it. And we'll scale the sphere way down. Something like that, okay? And we want it to have more segments. So we can go 64 segments. And then we can scale down our diamonds. Something like that. And I'm almost wondering if we need more segments. So we can do, like, on the sphere, we could do 64, what? 64 plus 24, 88. All right. And then we'll take the diamond and scale that down a little bit more. Just move the whole thing. Let's move the sphere. The sphere is controlling where these things go. We'll scale the sphere up a little bit. Just like that. Cool. And then let's go ahead and override that recall tag. And what I want to do is basically form fit this sphere to the layout of the teapot. So it kind of ends right about here, right? So what I'll do is I'll just make a cube and scale it down and say that's where we want the rivets to go, no further than this line. That's just a visual aid for me. And then let's bring this in. Take away the cloner for a second. Let's look at our sphere. And let's hide the teapot. Again, that's our visual aid. We don't want him to go past that. So this is actually perfect. What we can do, let's override that, okay? Make the sphere editable and select. I'm hitting, that's UL for loop selection. And I'm gonna hit UI to grow the selection. And then shift click that last one. All right, so we'll set that selection. We want it to clone only across that bit. So when we turn the cloner back on, we're just getting that. Cool. Now let's go back. Let's hide the cube. Let's hide the sphere. Let's bring the teapot back. And the first thing you notice is like they're not sitting on this actual teapot. So we need to adjust that. And then we can probably adjust the scaling of these things. Okay. So since the sphere, let's go ahead and control drag the recall tag. We'll override it, so we have a new one now, a new state. And we'll basically just need to go into side view and start, vacuum sealing this sphere. Let's hide the cloner. Bring the sphere back. And I think for this sake, we can probably just delete the unwanted edges. So UI will invert your selection. We'll delete. And the cloner, I think, is fine as is. Basically, if we go to edge mode and we scale each little edge to vacuum form fit our teapot, in theory, these little diamonds will perfectly sit on the teapot. And these polygons might start stretching once we get to this point, but I think it's cool. As in, I think it's okay. Sweet. All right. You can see how they start turning from squares to rectangles by the time they get up there. So we might have to make some subdivisions, but we'll see. So let's hide the sphere. Let's bring the cloner back in. And I think that looks pretty sweet. We can obviously delete some points in here. So we can take this, make a new recall tag, override, so we save this state, and we'll make another one, override, and then we can start deleting points on the sphere. So if we bring the sphere back in, generally we know that these points can go away. And there's no rivets right there, right? And then we can probably grab some of these like points here, delete those. Say there's no rivets in that area. Same for this side. And it's cool. The recall tag will allow us to, go back if we want to just go back to that point, which we might honestly want. We might go have gone a little overboard. So maybe I'll just select like some of these points up here or something. And that's getting rid of just like those little bits. Why that went away, I do not know. Oh, it's probably because I have only select visible elements is checked. Yeah, that should work. Well, that's awesome. So we'll hide the sphere, and we'll apply that material to our rivets. Find our camera angle again, and let's render it. Let's see what it looks like. See if we're anywhere close. All right, so one of the main things I'm seeing, two things. I think the scaling is a little off, so let's just adjust that real quick. The diamond can be scaled down a little bit. And then the step effector, they don't get as small. So we can walk that back a little bit. And then scale them all down overall a bit more. But it's not affecting our render for some reason. So I'm going to re-render. Now the diamond itself, I think, can be smoothed out a little bit more. So I'll throw a... Let's see. Let's maybe take the bevel and let's go ahead and solo it. Not the bevel. We'll solo the diamond. I'm hitting S to get us close. And then we can do subdivisions of like maybe 0, offset 0.04, 0.02, 0.03, subdivide by 1, maybe 2, 0.035, 0.045, 0.04 perhaps. So it's not, it's a very loose kind of diamond shape. And we'll scale up that diamond again. So now what I think we can do is actually use the volume mesher method to basically set these into the pot a little bit more and have them kind of like blend in a bit more. So let's see if we can do that real quick. Yeah, they're popping out a bit. So if we take the cloner and scale it down, okay, that doesn't work. Maybe we take the sphere and scale it down, but it needs to scale from the right place. It looks like it's scaling from the right place. So we can scale that down so it's a bit more inset. We can make the diamonds bigger. A little something like that. Now this bounce card, I feel like lighting wise is a bit more intense in the render or in the photo. So I wanna up that, right? I wanna make that a little nicer. So we can probably just take let's see, we can probably turn it into a light perhaps. So we'll take that plane, hold control, make a new light, scale it down. Okay, the control part didn't work, but that's okay. We'll basically just replace it with this light. And it's probably going to be way overpowered. Let's take the light visibility and make sure it's not camera visible. Let's turn it off, and then let's reset our camera position here. Cool. All right, let's take the light power to 0. What if we take it to 1 or 10? We can scale it way down. Take it to 50 until we get that nice highlight right where we want it. And we can scale it down. We can move it down. And around a bit. Somewhere about there. Cool. Obviously it's too much, but we'll just walk it down. So we, again, take it to 0 and then maybe up to like 5. And you're kind of getting something there. We can scale it down a little bit more. And move it down a little bit more. And once we texture, then we'll kind of work that exact little bit in, okay? Now we still need to blend these into the teapot, and we also need them here on the top. So let's do them on the top real quick, and then we'll blend them in. All right. Teapot, let's go to the top here. Awesome. Zoom in and let's hold control and make a disk. T for scale. Or you know what I can probably do? Let's actually do it into this actual top here. So let's go to the cylinder and let's start making some cuts. So KL is our loop cut tool, and I just want to make squares out of this. So let's go to the top view. And make squares. Something like that, I think. And then we'll select these faces here, 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll make a set selection tag, okay? And we want to apply that same diamond on a cloner to those points. All right, so let's go to our rivets cloner. Let's control drag the cloner. Boom. And we want to point it to this cylinder here. So that new one, the new cloner is cloning those diamonds onto this cylinder, but specifically, yeah, it's already set because that polygon selection. Sweet. Okay, so now what we'll do is we will maybe what we can do is grab that selection. We'll turn off the cloner for a second so we can see. And we'll deselect that last one, and then we'll set the selection again. So it's going to update the selection. Yeah, that feels closer to me. And then we'll take the diamond, we'll scale that down. And we can probably flatten it. We can, let's see, let's go to coordinates, scale on the Y, 0.5 maybe. All right, that's not working. So a displacement map for the diamonds could probably work. It'd just be another process. It would just be a different process. I'd have to go into Photoshop and like do a bunch of back and forth, but I'm doing it this way just because I guess no particular reason. Probably because I don't want to mess in Photoshop with displacement maps and stuff. I actually really like the MoGraph tools in Cinema 4D that allow me to lay out these things and clone these things very specifically. So that's why I chose this method. And there's probably a blend where I can use both and make a displacement map, but I just don't know that method right now, so that's okay. All right, let's take this cloner. Maybe we can just move everything. Let's see, execute. Yep. Move everything down. No, that's not going to work. Or we can take the cloner and get rid of the step effector. We don't need that. Maybe we group that together. And then move it down. Huh, why is that not? It's not moving. Okay, so it's probably within the cloner because it's referencing those polygons. I'll have to just transform it here. So we go 0.2. Whoa. Whoa, why is it all chunky? Something's happening. Hmm. There we go. Now they're inset a little bit more. Negative 0.02. And we can probably flatten them a little bit. So we could do, let's see. All right, let's go to the diamond. Let's solo it real quick. And just flatten it a bit. But that gets us that look, which we do not want. So I'm just going to keep adjusting negative 0.01. Whoa. Yeah, they're sticking out too much. So I really need to finesse this together. All right, so I want to push these down. And then scale them up. Whoa. Yeah, not entirely happy with that. I'm kind of running into a roadblock where I need to flatten these things, but when I flatten them, they're oriented in a checkered pattern with the edge mode. Like, I feel like I need to change the orientation of everything. I need to unify the orientation, but I don't know exactly if... I don't know if that's an option in edge mode. I wonder... Let's see. If I go to diamond and I flatten it like I want to, like this. It's a flat diamond. Kind of like this shape. And we go back in. I'm wondering if I can like use the scale on edge. Yeah, that doesn't work. Maybe if I set it to like 200%. It's just, you see how it's giving me this like this checkered pattern? I want them all to go in the same direction. So I want them all scaled horizontally rather than vertically like this. I'm not quite familiar with plane effectors, so I don't quite know. I know that I need to clone them across the edges, right? Oh, maybe in this case a line clone will actually work for me because, let's see, if I go 90 degrees, I think this actually works in this case. Yeah, this actually works in this case. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Oh, it doesn't work. Shoot, I thought it worked for a second. Ugh. They're not being oriented properly. Yeah, I might have to move on here. Figure this one out later. That's a tough one. Okay. So let's talk about the texturing process. Okay, so I actually have a cast iron texture pre-built that I did on another stream. So let me load that in real quick. Let me merge projects here. Let's do, where would it be? VFX materials, textures, my textures, cast iron. Yeah, cast iron. Here we go. All right, so it's a mixed material. We have like the, let me get rid of all this other stuff. So I feel like the rest of this is really going to come down to the texturing, right? I still have not forgot about the volume modeling bit that we need to do, but let's try and work this in a little bit more with the textures. All right, let's set this to like 0.65, 0.7. Let's zoom in. Okay. And this is close. The angle we have here is really nice. Like the way that this handle actually perfectly lines up with this bit here is pretty flawless. All right, so let's go ahead and just apply the texture and see what happens. I'm going to do the rivets and the teacup or the teapot. I'm going to group it all because technically it should all be together. And let's just apply this to the entire thing. Now, obviously, the handle needs another texture. But let's see what happens here. Nothing happened. Maybe we gotta take these off. There we go. So the scale is way off. The scale needs to be adjusted. And I think there's gonna be a couple different versions of this here. So I'm actually going to just work with this black cast iron bit. I'm not gonna worry about the orange quite yet. I will probably do something on the inside here, but for now, I'm just going to keep it with the black cast iron. So let's go ahead and duplicate that, and this will be what we're mainly working with. Let's open this up. So it's very simple. It's actually pretty simple. It's just the bump that's kind of complicated. The roughness is a noise map. This is all a PBR, basically. Oh no, this is Cornelius Domrick, it looks like. But most of it's PBR. Noise, 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 all going into the bump. We need to make sure we get our sizing right. Okay, so that's probably the first thing that we really need to lock in. So I'll make sure that all of this stuff here, transform, texture projection for the noise should be, let's see, let's make a separate one for this guy. With noise, I always set my texture projection to XYZ to UVW. That'll actually kind of uniformly map the noise around anything. No matter what it's moving over or going over or wrapping around, the noise will be continuous without any seams. Now I'm really liking this up in here, but it still needs to be scaled down, right? So, and it also looks like there's a little bit of a difference in the texture here, like there's less bump, right? And same for this bit, there's like less bump going on here. So we'll kind of build these out. Let's build these out on spheres. Actually, no, we'll build it out on the actual thing because the mapping could be off. And let's just start with the top, okay? So I'll solo, I want the top, and also, let's go ahead and like throw the camera, the floor, the Octane sky, the light, this light. Let's all throw that into a folder called lights and camera. Lights and camera. Okay, so we'll select that. We want our top. And that should be good. So we're going to solo that. For whatever reason, it's doing a weird thing down here. It's not soloing actually what we need. There we go. Okay. We need the rivets too. So let's grab the rivets. Looks like it's this cloner here. And let's go ahead and drag that into the top. Sweet. All right. And then now we just need to solo that again. There we go. Now we have everything. Let's just render this region. And let's go into 1.5. We'll get real close so we can see what's going on. Cool. And let's adjust the focus. Right in here. Cool. All right. So I think the first thing is we just got to scale down the size of the noise. It's a little large, okay? So we'll start with, let's get rid of the roughness and just focus what we're doing here. So all of these guys need to be scaled uniformly. So if we take, there's 3 different noises. There's 3 different bevels kind of going into one. Wonder if I can select all of these and just kind of scale them all down. And it looks like that is the case. So that's very fine. It looks really, really nice. And what I want to do is actually have a couple different scaled cast iron looks. So this is good for the top, but there's this ring right around here where there really isn't much bump. Same for this guy. There's really not much bump going on with this. So I am going to duplicate this guy. Let's go in here and let's go into our cylinder. Let's do KL for a loop cut. And let's just cut it, let's cut it right there. Cool. UL, we'll select those and we'll just drag and drop this new texture onto that selection. Now, what we can do is go to the node editor. And the way I have this set up, it's 3 different noises all being mixed together with mixed textures. And it's all kind of being controlled with, like, it's being pushed with a gradient here. But what I want to do is control the intensity of all of this. And I can do that by putting the final step, the gradient, into a multiply. And then I want to control the amount with a float. And we'll pipe that into the bump. And if I set this to 0, you're not going to have any bump. There's nothing there, right? But we don't want that. We want a little bit, so we can set it to maybe like 0.1, which is still kind of crazy. Maybe we set it to 0.01 or 0.005. to get more of like a reflective kind of look. And for whatever reason, the set selection is not working for us. So we can take this, hit UI to invert the selection, and then apply the original to there. And you can see that that's working nicely. I think it's a little much, a little too reflective, but let's go ahead and work in that roughness map. All right, now the roughness is going to break up how shiny something is, and I'm just using a fingerprint texture here from Cornelius Domrick's website, you know, something like this, and it's going to break up the reflection. So let's pipe that into the roughness. Sid, what's up, dude? I will eat In and Out very soon. Thank you for looking out for my health. I appreciate you. I don't want to just friggin' eat a cheeseburger here, but it might have to come to that. It might just come to cold cheeseburgers, but it's cool. It'll still provide me sustenance. Let's right click and solo this gradient to see what's going on here. We'll transform it down 0.5, maybe 0.25. Right, so we're really getting some nice texture. 0.1. There it is. That's what we want. Okay. Disable the solo, and we can see it a little bit better there. Let's take the transform and just like randomly kind of move these around until we have something we like. And then we can rotate it. That feels good to me. And then we can take the bump and we'll just set it to instead of 0.005, let's just try 0.01 or 0.1. And yeah, that's a big difference. If we set it to 1, it's going to be the same deal. But maybe we set it to 0.5 or 0.3 and it starts to like move that bump down. We're getting rid of the bump. There's still a little bit there, but yeah. Now, the knob, this handle is a bit smoother as well, so I think we can apply this material to the lathe as well. So let's go to the lathe, re-render, and maybe we just control drag and make a third one, all right? And then we put that on the lathe. And that third one, let's go into it, and we'll take the bump down to like 0.1. So we're focusing that bump right there. Yeah, so it's smoother. We can also up the, let's see, this gradient to smooth it out a little bit more. Just kind of adjust the intensity there. And we can do the same thing here with this multiply. We can control drag this here, pipe the gradient into the multiply float setup we have, and control the intensity of this gradient, or the intensity of this roughness map. So it looks wet now because our roughness is going away because it's at 0.1. But if we set it to 0.2, it's going to smooth it out a little bit more, just kind of like our example here. It's a bit smoother. This feels pretty good to me. It feels pretty nice. We can maybe scale this down on the knob a little bit, 0.1, 0.05, and bring that bump down again, 0.03. Something like that. 0.015, and it's just going back and forth on the texturing here. So let's go ahead and bring this back full screen. Take a look at what we have. And that is a janky cast iron pot right there. Let's maybe take the bump down, the intensity of the bump down on the overall. So let's apply, oh, we forgot to apply the roughness. So the transform, let's see, is 0.1. We want the roughness going for that bumpy section too. So we'll set that to 0.1 as well. And it's a little intense. Everything is a little intense. So we're going to do that multiply trick to control the power of everything. So we have multiply, and that goes right into float. And the float will control how much, right? So it's if it's set to 0, there's no bump, right? But we want a little bit. You can see there's some right in here. So we'll go like 0.5 or 0.25. And we can go even finer, so we can bring this down to 0.05. And I think that's getting a little closer to this final look here. Yeah, that's starting to feel pretty good. Very, very nice. Good.
You scared me.
All right, so that's the top of that thing textured. That looks pretty good to me. Let's get the handle real quick. So let's unsolo everything. And go back to our original camera position. Whoa. What happened?
Hi. Hi.
There we go. Just gonna make a new tag there. Awesome. Guys, we are getting close. So there is kind of like a bluish cast to our light here. So we could probably do that in color correction. But we'll do that last. We're close. Blaster Jacks, thanks for joining, man. I'll see you next time. This is a long one. We're at 4 hours right now. It's almost 3 o'clock. My goodness. I should be wrapping this thing up pretty soon. But let's keep moving. Let's keep going, baby. We ain't done yet. I could tweak all day long. Let's go in here. And let's adjust the bump here real quick. We could do 0.1 maybe. And then we'll go like... .05. Now this ring is broken up a little bit too much. Sweet. Yeah, I like that. That's nice. All right, let's get the handle, texture this handle. So I'm going to use basically, I'm going to duplicate this and probably go with a smoother kind of look. So the teapot, the handle, let's just drop that on. And reload our scene. And that's probably good. Honestly, like, that's probably fine. We don't need to do much adjustment there. And then finally, let's just throw down this texture on the nozzle, the handle base. Okay, so let's do one of these. We have a bunch of different variations of this cast iron look. So the handle base, let's go to 1.5 and focus and re-render. And it has almost that wet kind of look, you know, right in here. I feel like it's a little gray. It could use some color correction, a little bit of contrast. But I think that can be a little finer. So I'm going to, let's actually try throwing this other one on. See what that looks like. We'll render this region. And that's not what we want. Okay, so we want to go back with this original one. I'm going to duplicate it. Nah, that feels right to me. I'm going to apply it to the whole thing first. Let's put it on both handles. Let's put it on the body. And we'll put it on the nozzle as well. Let's see what that looks like. Nicholas, what's up, dude? Yeah, man, we got surface imperfections all day. Looking super nice. Okay, yeah. I think my instinct is right. We need to come down on this. So I'm going to duplicate that. And what I mean by come down is we just need to make, we need to scale down this noise. So we're going to go 0.035 and replace these different textures across these 4 bits here. So it's finer. There's a bit more detail in there. And let's go ahead and apply it to the rivets as well. That's not bad. We may not even need to do the volume measure trick, which will save us time, certainly save us time. I'm pretty happy with this. You see, so much is in the texturing and the lighting. If we were to go back a couple hours and, you know, see how far we've come, I bet it'd be pretty impressive, you know? Really, it comes down to texturing and lighting. The modeling will set you up. But if you have crappy lighting and texturing, it's not going to work. Now, what this needs is a bit of contrast, okay? And I also think it's a little too blurry. So I can take my depth of field probably to like a 3.5 maybe. So we'll go to thin lens, 3.5, focus it right about there. Let's render it. And And that's not bad. Let's go to the camera imager and give it a bit of contrast. Oh, I need to check camera. That way we can actually see what we're doing here. There we go. That feels nice. And ooh, that looks really good. Let's take this light and boost it a little bit. I'm going to scale it down. And maybe move it a little closer. That's awesome. Yeah, that's starting to feel really good. So now I'm just doing small adjustments on the lights here on the HDRI. So the light, it looks like the light we need to catch more of a light here, so we can probably turn this light up. This is the main light. Let's try 7,000, maybe 8,000. Whoa, that's pretty cool though. So the reference photo I just took with my Sony a7R II, just right in my kitchen. I still feel like this needs a bit of color correction, and the cast iron, I feel like we can have, it can be a bit finer, so we can come down here, take the transform to 0.025, and let's just get this region right in here. And also, I think what we can do is get some more bounce light. You can see this bounce light right here, which we're missing from this point. So I think what I'll do is check the camera, and it's certainly being bounced from the floor. And I want to make sure that this catches the light as well. So I might come in here with, might actually raise this light. Let's see. But I'm going to stay focused. I need to get this bounce light going. Hey Melanie, what's up? Thank you for the super chat. It was a great camping trip. Super fun. I was gone for like 3 days. I slept out in the middle of nowhere. Like literally went out by myself, and I mean I was with a group, but one night I went out and just like slept on this rock with the moon and everything, and it was overlooking a stream in a valley in Yosemite. It was absolutely unbelievable. So thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. We're almost done with this render. It's looking really, really nice. I'm just trying to work in these small little details here. There we go. So we've darkened up the pot just a little bit, which I think looks pretty nice. Now I'm just doing little detail tweaks. What's up? Yo, Eric, thank you so much again for the super chat, man. You're awesome. Thank you for the kombucha. They are expensive here in Los Angeles. Just about that price. So cheers, buddy. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right. The final details. So you're saying it's red, which means we need to push it a little red. So it greens out just a little bit. Let's check camera. Maybe a little something like that, perhaps. All right. So let's try and catch that that bounce light. So I'll make I'll probably duplicate the ground, scale it down, and angle it towards the pot. Like so. And I'll just push it back. Hop back into camera. So that's doing a lot. It's doing too much. We just want a very, very subtle spot bounce here. Why is it all bright? What's going on? What happened? Oh, I understand. Okay. The recall tag is there we go. Okay. So I need to just make a new recall tag with these camera settings. Override. There we go. So now I can actually hop out. Sepwin, dude. The super chats are popping off today. Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you for the kombucha. They keep me healthy. They keep me sane. Much appreciated. Let's get this bounce light going. I want to wrap this up here. we can't get it like right up in there. And maybe what we need to do is maybe what we need to do instead of a plane, maybe it's another light situation. Where we very, very subtly just give it a little bit of lift in that area. Obviously that's way too much, so we'll zero that out. And we'll start with like 2 and maybe go to 5. And if we wrap this around, we might be able to get a little something in here. Like right in there. And we could set this to more of like a 4200, 5500. It just gives it a little bit of shape right in there. And we could probably bring this guy down a little bit. Very nice. Yeah, that's not bad at all. The next thing I want to do is just lower the scale down the bump on the nozzle here. So let's find the nozzle. Let's double click the texture, go into it, and take the transform. Instead of 0.025, let's go 0.015. And that will definitely scale it down. And just as a test, let's take it to like 20 and see what else is affected. All right, so it's tied to this bit as well. I don't want to change that, so I'm going to duplicate it so that the nozzle has its own texture. And we'll set that, again, as a test. Set to 20, and nothing's happening. .015, re-render this, and yeah, we got some nice fine texture there, 0.01. And then the last thing I want to do is make sure I just get a nice highlight swing across the top of this nozzle. So I'm going to do that again with another light, another point light. So let's do that, and let's just walk it in. This one's going to be very small. I mean, that's even pretty cool, like that. And then you can take the light and just go to visibility and hide it. Now we don't want it to affect the handle. So I think what we can do is actually go to the handle, right click it, give it an Octane tag, go to main. Let's see, or object layer, use light pass mark, enable it. And you might be able to uncheck. Yeah, you can uncheck that light. So it's not going, that won't actually be seen by that light. And I just want to make sure that that's the right one. It looks like it is. And you can uncheck like the environment or something, but I think in our case that gets rid of it. Awesome. That feels really nice. Melanie, thanks for joining. Have a good night. I'll see you later. And thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. And what's up, Zach? Welcome back. We're basically finished here. The only thing is this bounce light in here. I just want to make sure that that is as bright as it looks in the actual reference. And you can do that with spot, like Photoshop adjustments and whatnot. But let's do, just as a test, the bump. Let's take the bump and set it to like, maybe take the scale up to 0.04. And the roughness can be adjusted. I'm just doing some tests here to make sure that my roughness is working. There we go. I got a bunch of little spot point lights all around this thing. And those are certainly adding a whole lot to the look here. It's really cool, actually. Let me do a version without all these lights and then a version with the lights. It's really fun, actually. Let me take this down to like 30. I'm very happy with this. I think this looks great. So if we did, let's see. Let's move this guy a little closer. Sweet. Okay, yeah, version with and without the lights. So if I were to store this render buffer, and then I were to turn off all the key lights, except for the main light in the back, you'll see the difference here. So this is with no lights, which still looks cool, but this is with the lights, like the little spotlights and stuff. Not bad. Now it'd be cool to actually do a little card here, so you can do like a plane, scale this way down. And this is kind of what they do in product photography. It's exactly what they do in product photography. They're using little spotlights and flags. A flag is something that removes light. So it's basically just a dark material, non-reflective material. So I'll take this down to 0. And I'm going to put a flag right in here to just flag this little piece here. Render it. Obviously it's going to be there. It's going to look gross. Why it's not showing up in the render, I don't. Oh, let's enable that. Okay, cool. Turn our lights back on. Let's take that flag, the plane, and give it a Octane tag. Visibility, we'll make sure it's invisible to camera. So the difference is it's giving it just a little bit more like contrast to this nozzle. It's giving it a little bit more shape. So we can move this in and out, which reminds me I still need to eat. But yeah, that'll get that. You guys get it. You know, it's kind of a nice little contrast in there. That's pretty sweet. All right. I think we can call it here. I still need to announce the winners of the weekly challenge and announce the new weekly challenge. So, guys, go ahead and wrap up your work here. I am going to take a small 2-minute break, and I'll be back to wrap things up. Let me actually get a render going while I take that break so we can just kind of take a look in Photoshop when it's all done. Let's do... let's do, what, 3,000 by 2,000? 1,000 by 1,500. That's good. Current frame, Octane renderer, yes please. Open EXR, 16-bit is fine. Alpha channel, no need. Let's do our vignette in Photoshop. So let's get, oh yeah, our vignette's down, cool. What else? I think that's about it. Let's just find a place for it. And we'll go samples, 3,000. And we'll render this thing. Very excited. Very, very excited for this. All right, so I'm going to let that go. I'm going to take a short 2-minute break. And I'll be back to announce the winners of this week's weekly challenge, which was volumetrics. And I'll announce the new weekly challenge for you guys to participate. If you've never done it before, definitely do so. It's a lot of fun. So this will render. And let me just... zoom out for y'all. And I'll be right back. See you guys soon. Yo, what's up? I'm back. And this render is complete. That was fast. Sweet. All right, I'm very excited. I'm going to mess with this in Photoshop just a little bit. But first, I think it's time to announce the winners of this week's weekly challenge. So as you guys know, or some of you may know, I was not here last week. I was camping in Yosemite, and our two moderators, well, we have four moderators, but Sotomonte and Diren, they actually streamed on my behalf, and they did a whole challenge for you guys on my behalf while I was gone. So I really appreciate that. The challenge this week was volumetrics. If you don't know what volumetrics is, that's basically like when you shine a light through fog and then the light is blocked by something. Basically the fog will, kind of wrap around that object. And I'll give you a quick example of what I'm talking about here. Volumetric lighting, that's horrible spelling. Okay, but you get the idea. It's foggy Blade Runner kind of stuff where you can actually see the shape of the light shining through. So that was the challenge for this week, all right? So without further ado, let's just get right to it. And let's start with our first winner. The first winner is, let me actually just pull up the let me pull up the images here. All right. So first off, let this be a lesson to y'all. The reason why I say to put your Discord name in the let me rephrase that. I ask you guys to title your submission with your Discord name, because it's a lot easier for me to announce the winners this way. So this is what I'm just reading off. I think Big War put out this one. I don't know if that's your name. I don't know if that's the name of your photo, but hey, you're one of the winners this week. So you should be amped. And let me just give you a little bit of critique here. I think what I've done in the past is actually I choose the 5 winners and I'll kind of critique those 5. And I really like the vibe here. I think this is really nice. It's super foggy and you got your volumetric lighting and everything going. Hard to tell that there's grass. It looks like there's grass. Maybe there's grass. It'd be cool if you actually did like some scattered grass in Octane. That way you can see the fog pass through the grass. But I think as a whole, like, this image is pretty sweet. The only thing I'd do is probably just tilt up a little bit. Tilt up your frame a hair. Fill some guys in this space so they kind of vignette the image a little bit naturally. But I like what you got going on here. This guy ran and jumped from right there, I guess. He didn't really have much running room. But yeah, this is cool. This reminds me of like Dark Souls or something. So congratulations, Big War, if that is your name. You are a winner of this week's weekly challenge. I'll post the real names in the actual Discord server. But yeah, guys, name your images as your Discord names. It's a lot easier for me to announce the winners here. The next one, which there's no way this is your actual name, your actual Discord name, but final_color. You are the next winner with this image right here. You got the foggy landscape going. You got the farmhouses going. Not bad with the silhouettes. Not bad with the mountains in the back. I do think, even though this one is a winner, and you should be proud, a week is maybe not that long to create something from start to finish that is super solid, especially for people just starting out. So I think what I'm going to do on the next time I'm away for 2 weeks, or I'm not here on a Saturday, which should be the last week of this month, we're going to be filming in Texas again with Corridor Digital. I think what I'll do is I'll give you guys 2 weeks to work on something, so you actually can take it to the next level and actually bring it to a final look. I think this needs a bit more detail. You need some differentiation in the grass here. I think you can work on your fence. It looks like you copied the same assets all across. Again, not a worry. Again, you won this challenge, right? So you should be proud. Just know that you can always keep going with your detail and stuff. Yeah, just keep adding things. I think the main thing here that's getting me is the framing. I think you can, again, tilt up a little bit. So this is probably on the top third. Your mountain line is on the top third of the frame, so probably around here. Or you could crop it a little bit so you have that 2:3:5 aspect ratio, that filmic aspect ratio, I think would help the image. It really comes down to cropping and adding more detail into your grass and your ground. A lot of work goes into this stuff. Again, I've been playing Ghost of Tsushima a whole lot. The game is absolutely beautiful. So much work went into the environments, and you can really tell there's a lot of detail going on. So just make sure, if you have the time, add the detail. It really helps. Okay, so next up, let's see. Let me just organize some things here, make sure you guys are still good. Awesome. Next up, the next winner of this week's weekly challenge is Perihelion, which I think is your actual name. Should be your actual name. With this image here. Awesome work, man. This is super cool. I don't know if this is like some kit bash buildings or some, bunch of kit bash elements or something, but I think this is really awesome. Doesn't matter if you kit bash this thing together. I think it looks sweet. Did a really good job. You certainly have your volumetric spotlights going. They're illuminating the steam from these crazy factories. And you have a really crazy warm red glow from underneath. I'm very curious as to what this is and where this is. But let's get into the critique, okay? So, your framing is pretty freaking good. Not bad at all. The first thing I'd probably do is don't clip your whites. You see how these white values are just clipped out? I would try and save those highlights, save that information, okay? So I don't know if you have like some color correction on this that you cranked, but I just feel like you want to see how the smoke here is not clipped out to white. So this is a little bit better, right? You want to go for this look. You don't want to clip out your whites like that. The next thing I would probably do is add maybe a bit of fog to this whole thing. So all the stuff back here can be a bit more silhouetted. This would be a bit more silhouetted if you had some fog, a fog layer like Blade Runner or something coming through this area. I'm not sure if you did this in like Photoshop after the fact or something, or if this is in Blender or whatnot, but yeah, some volumetric fog rolling through this scene I think would really help it. Also, total missed opportunity for this room to have some lights on inside and maybe have somebody against the window, silhouetted against the window for a little bit of story. Other than that, I think it's really nice. Some text, some lettering, maybe some like Japanese lettering down the side of this thing, or some Chinese lettering down the side of this could really, really help. Not really help, but it just go to the extra mile, the extra step, So congratulations, Perihelion. You are a challenge winner this week, and we got 2 more. All right, it's always 5 winners every single week. Sometimes there's prizes, and actually there is a prize. One of our moderators, Diren, has kindly gifted. He basically has an account with like 1 million render points on it. And if you're using Blender, to all 5 of you guys who won this challenge, we'll split those out amongst you guys. You'll just have to DM Diren on the Discord server. He'll take care of it. He'll hook you guys up, and we'll make sure we get those points out to you guys. If you are in Cinema 4D or using Redshift or Octane, I think he has a little rig for you guys as well, just a little something to congratulate you for winning this weekly challenge. We try and do prizes when we can. It's not every week, but all right, 2 more. This last one, second to last one, I think is by Ravenloop, but it's titled Unknown. But look at this. This is crazy. Now, the foreground is a picture. It's a picture. But this spaceship is a render as well as these clouds here. The volumetric clouds that he rendered are really, really nice. It's a hard look to get. Very, very difficult look to get. But you got that like puffy, smoky cloud look going. And you can see how the light is actually coloring. The yellow light here is actually coloring the smoke and the fog, out of this like exhaust port, which is really cool. I really dig that. Great image here. Great composition. Super solid all around. Your renders are always really nice, so you should be proud for winning another weekly challenge this week. I believe it was Ravenloop. Pretty sure. But yeah, name your submissions, please. It helps me out a lot. And last but not least, we have Sharp Aluminum Flavor. He's been taking these challenges every week for the past month. It's been awesome. This image is so cool. It has some anime vibes going for it. You got a character down here, and he's in this kind of like industrial sky wiry factory setup. I love it. I think it's super cool. Oh, there's a guy jet packing across the top of this thing. There's people over here. Like, really nice job on the silhouettes. Your clouds look really interesting. This is really fun. This totally reminds me of like an anime scene or some sort of this would be a cool phone background actually. But all of these winners submissions will be in the challenge winner server or the challenge winner channel for you guys to take a look at the full reses and everything. I love your color here. Very nice. Very, very good stuff. What would I do differently? Maybe just the crop. Maybe I'd crop like this left bit out or something, or pan the camera to the right a bit and tilt down a bit just to center it around this main little focus here. But otherwise, man, I think this is super cool. Your color is really nice, and your render quality is great. It's a very creative render that gets my mind moving and thinking of some cool stories and some cool scenes. So congratulations to Sharp Aluminum Flavor. You are a challenge winner this week. Once again, all 5 of you guys will be posted up in the challenge winner channel. You guys can download the high reses if you like. But that's it. That is it for this week. Now, let's go ahead and announce the challenge for this week. All right. So, as you guys know, as some of you know, I take submissions here. So, any ideas you guys have for this week's challenge, I'm super down for. Man, I just beat The Last of Us. It was super good. I'm playing Ghost of Tsushima right now. So maybe something in that vein, like, I don't know. Ghost of Tsushima is such a beautiful game. It inspired my render today, which I'm super happy with. I think this turned out really nice. Let's like open up Photoshop and drop it in. But I'm looking here. I see you guys. Any suggestions you have for the next challenge, I am all ears. But let's drop this render into Photoshop and do a couple tweaks. So I usually like adding a film grain layer across this. So let's grab that T-Max. We'll drop it on here. This image is huge. And we can just set that to overlay. And I actually need to change this to 8-bit. And once again, we'll drag and drop. Set it to overlay. And that gets you a nice film grain across the top of your image. So we'll go to 100%. And you can see up in here, like, that film grain really comes through. It feels nice. Now there's an art to making your renders not look like renders, which is what I'm trying to do right now. So this is so crisp. What I want to do actually is blur this a little bit. So we'll go Gaussian blur. Like, what does 0.5 look like? Sure, okay, and then that's actually fine. Yeah, Gaussian blur 0.5 I think feels right. And then we can color correct this however we'd like. I think this little spot right here is a bit much, so I'm gonna select the image, Control-Shift-A, and we're gonna go into Camera Raw, and I'm gonna drag a mask right around here and just bring the whites down. Nope. So I want to invert the mask and bring the whites down just a bit. And we can feather that. Cool. So before and after, just brought it down a little bit, which I feel looks a little bit better. We can also do like curves on here. Oh, silhouette. That's not a bad prompt. Tell a story through a silhouette. That's not a bad prompt at all. I like that a lot. That's actually really good training for like concept artists and whatnot. Man, so this feels like a film shot to me. This is crazy. And then you can get some like cool Japanese text down the center or something. It could be fun. You could do some interesting text on the side or graphic design on the side. But yeah, I'm gonna just post this up to my Instagram. If you guys don't follow me on Instagram, it's underscore pwnisher underscore. And I post a lot of my film photography, digital photography, and renders to Instagram, so definitely follow me there. And I actually just posted a really cool like photo documentary kind of tutorial with my good photography friend Mark Edward Harris, and I followed him around Hollywood, and he just dropped like 6 really important tips on a photo journal essay if you're going to try and document something. So check that out. It's on my Instagram right here at underscore pwnisher underscore. And hopefully we can all learn a couple things. I hope you guys learned something today. I know I sure did with that Loft tool. But I'll probably be tweaking this color and everything and updating the thumbnail for this stream over the next 30 minutes. But I'm going to let you guys go so I can get that in and out. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, no, the last thing. The challenge for this week. The challenge for this week, guys. Let's tell a story through a silhouette. All right. Now you can render it and have it be silhouette looking, or it can just be straight black and white, whatever. Make it look pretty, but try and tell a story through a silhouette, right? A silhouetted image. I think that's super exciting, and hopefully we'll get your guys' creative juices flowing. That's going to be sweet. I'm very excited for that. Very, very excited. So, yeah, just submit your submissions by next Saturday at like 9 a.m., and I'll make sure that I announce the 5 winners on the stream, and I'll think about a prize. I would love to do something for you guys. I think that'd be really cool. But yeah, best of luck to you guys. Thanks for joining. This was a long one. They usually are when we're doing these photo recreations, but I'll see you guys next Saturday. Thank you so much for joining. I'll see you later. Peace.